Before we begin the meeting, we start with public testimony on non-agenda items. So we'll hear testimony from the public, from people who want to testify on something that is not included on today's agenda. If you want to speak on something that is on today's agenda, please change your note with Ms. Virato here to the right so you can speak when that item comes up. If it's not an item on the agenda, this is the time for public testimony on non-agenda items. We have a lot of people, and if we did the normal 3 minutes per person, we would be here 3 to 4 hours prior to beginning the regular school board meeting. So we're going to have to cut back. Everyone has to look at their notes very quickly and limit it to 1 minute. 1 minute. There are some people who are speaking on the same topic, so listen carefully to the other people who speak on the same topic. As I say, it would be 3 to 4 hours, and we want everybody to speak. The way our agenda is set up is that we will have this testimony for the first 30 minutes. We will then, at the end of the meeting, have more time for people who have not had a chance to speak, because even with 1 minute, the vast majority of you are not going to be able to get in during this first 30-minute period, and you will be called in the order in which you signed up. So when I call your name, please come to the front, and you can, if your name is called, please come up here, and you can speak in any order at that point. The buzzer will go off at 1 minute, so please be very concise in what you say so we can move on to the next person. The first 5 people, please come up here and speak in any order. Watch the light there. The yellow light will be on. The red light will then come on when your time is up. Carmen Hernandez, Maria Garcia, Alejandro Villaseñor, Robert Rains, and Randy Boyer. If you could all come up to the front here and then speak in any order.
Mi nombre es Carmen Hernández y traigo una carta, Mel me va a traducir.
My name is Carmen Hernandez, and I have a letter that the interpreter will read. I'm Carmen Hernandez, and I'm here again to appear before you to see what solution you have found for my case that I presented to you on March 27th regarding the problem of the substitute teacher that hit my son on March 6th at Chavez Elementary. Up until now, no one from the district has given me an answer. The principal barely called me today. As of now, I will not be satisfied with just the removal of the substitute teacher from Chavez. I also demand that the principal be removed as well because she allowed this teacher to continue working at Chavez several weeks after I went to speak to her about the incident on March 7th. Also, the same day, the principal tried to intimidate my son, making him cry in front of me and not taking seriously what he was saying. My family and I continue to feel indignant, and Roberto still feels like a victim because he continued to see the substitute teacher working at Chavez weeks after she hit him. I am asking that you find a new principal for Chavez who can really listen to parents and treat them with respect that the parents have not had with this present principal.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María García. Soy la tutora de el niño porque su mamá está en el cielo. Traigo una carta que el traductor va a leer.
Okay, he will read the letter.
I'm the student's tutor or guardian. I am Miguel Andres' grandmother. I am here today to speak on behalf of my grandson. The substitute teacher hit and humiliated my son. The incident occurred on March 2nd in Miguel Andres' classroom. According to my grandson, the substitute was sent to the classroom by the principal, Mrs. Ramirez. Upon her return, Miguel Andres' regular classroom teacher was not made aware of the incident until the next week. The following week after that, Miguel Andres was called into the principal's office to discuss the incident. The principal did not want to believe Miguel Andres, and she made him feel bad and guilty for what he had done. Because no parent would like nor accept that their child be treated this way.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Robert Rains. You don't need an address?
No.
Okay. About 2 weeks ago, I was very surprised to get a letter in the mail about a 3% administrative fee being added to my medical and dental premiums. The reason I was surprised is I've spent nearly 20 years on the Health and Welfare Committee. I'm on it now. and we knew nothing about it. So I'm very concerned about the lack of communication on a very important issue to retirees. I have colleagues here from AASD and SDEA retired who will speak to other points. My main point is this did not come to the health and welfare, so we were unable to share it with retirees. They were not aware that this was going to go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Randy Boyer. This is my daughter, and I think what you guys are about to do is a big mistake, taking away early childhood education. She's in 2nd grade now, reading at a 5th grade level, and if you take this away from these kids, a lot of bad things are going to happen in this county. I hope you understand this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, the next 5, please come to the front. Tanisa Evans, Linda Pendleton, Candy Nieto, Jane Davis, and Eugene Bailey.
Excuse me, President Evans, can we just ask the superintendent to follow up on this issue at Chavez Elementary?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The discipline issue. Right. Yes, I just want to, that's a good point. We do not, during non-agenda public testimony, we do not comment on the items per se, but we do refer them to staff to check into what is brought up. Okay, let's go.
Hello again. Didn't think I'd be back so soon. My name is Candy Nieto, and I'm now here fighting for the Child Development Program, the ECE program. On March 6th, 150 teachers out of 175 were given notice of pink slips that this program was going to come to an end. Since 1974, I've worked in this program and went back to school to get my degree in this program at the age of 55. That's how much I believe in this program that helps low-income families and children who most need these kinds of programs. To cut these programs is a shame, and it makes me sad that you would even consider cutting these programs that help the most neediest of children, especially with the rigors of kindergarten nowadays. These children need these programs. They need to be able to be in programs that are on a sliding scale that helps these families that need it the most. So I would strongly encourage you to not, or look for some funds not to cut this program and save this program for the children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Pendleton. I'm a speech and language pathologist with the school district. I've worked for the school district for about 20 years, and my daughter, who is 14, attended the Child Development Center, and that's also part of my assignment. Years ago, when I used to do whole kindergarten speech and language screenings, I became really aware that the children who struggled the most were children that were 4-year-olds and overwhelmingly children that really did not have a good preschool experience. Kindergarten's so academically oriented now, so rigorous, that kids who don't show up knowing their alphabet, their numbers, their colors, kids who don't know how to sit and attend, who can't work cooperatively are at a real disadvantage. The children that go to a CDC have a really good start as far as their academics, and I'd also like to point out that the CDC staff are also people who are trained to recognize children who are experiencing speech and language delays, fine gross motor delays, things that are referred to someone like me, and that it's a good thing that these children can be remediated and identified early.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Jane Davis, and I'm speaking on behalf of administration retirees who received the letter that Bob Raines has just mentioned. One of the issues that we understand was never discussed was the option of a flat fee per retiree. By doing a percentage, you're disproportionately charging those who have the higher cost plan, and the actual processing of the paperwork doesn't matter what plan people are in. Plus, retirees who retire at a lower benefit are also really squeezed with a 3% fee. The limit should be cost recovery, and I think if you take another look and are able to come up with a figure with a fee that is a cost recovery, you won't have to sit here and listen to us anymore.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Gene Bailey, and my address is on file. As a community member, I'm keenly aware of the positive impact of the elementary and secondary school counseling services on the district's student success. I'm here to express my deepest concern regarding the school board's recent decision to drastically reduce the school's counseling services in 2012-13 by eliminating 73 school counsel positions. It is already challenging to meet the increasing needs of all students, since nearly 50 counselors positions were previously eliminated. I implore you to, on behalf of the parents and students, to rescind all 73 school counsel position elimination and to provide a minimum level of school counsel services to every school. Your decision will ultimately make a significant difference in the district's ability to carry out the important mission of supporting all students in the success in the tomorrow's society.
Thank you. Okay, the following speakers will be Conrado Castro, Daniel Camacho, Amanda Bonds, Ann Sutherland, and Kathy Ryan. Okay, please begin.
My name is Ann Sutherland, and I am with Nursing and Wellness. I'm a research nurse, and I've been with the district for 20 years. And I am very concerned about the state of nursing. When I started, we were pretty well staffed, and the severity of the students has gotten a lot worse, and our numbers are going down. And I don't believe that our schools are safe, and next year I think they're going to be even less safe. And I'm very, very, very concerned. I'm not a fighter, and I'm not one to come up here and do this, but I've just had it. I can't see that we can go on this way, and I'm just asking you to do the right thing and let us have our ratios back of what's in our contract. Thank you.
Hello, fellow board members. My name is Conrado Castro. I'm a San Diego Unified School District school counselor at Lincoln High School. Many of you may know Lincoln High School for winning CIF state basketball championships, or that we are the only high school in the nation to have 2 Super Bowl MVPs. But how many of you know that more than 100 Lincoln High seniors have been accepted to a 4-year university for the fall 2012? Mr. Koba, Ms. Jackson, you have seen it with your own eyes in our Lincoln High College and Career Center. The data is right here in my hand, and none of it could be possible without the support from counselors, teachers, nurses, and all support staff on campus. In 2008-2009, 2 students were accepted and attended the UC system. This year alone, 6 will be attending UCLA. We were asked to raise the percentage of college acceptance for underrepresented students and create sustainability for the school site. We have done so. Fellow board members, our Lincoln High community finally have an opportunity. Please support counseling across the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Camacho. I'm a teacher at Lincoln High School. We, the staff at Lincoln, are very concerned about the process and criteria of the current vacant principal position. The job was posted before selecting the committee and discussing the needs of the school. The additional criterion that was used for the lead principal position back in December was used again for the new vacant position that was posted the week before last. This was done without any input from the staff, students, parents, and community members. This was not fair, since Lincoln has experienced significant changes between the 2 vacancies. That is why we created a petition. We feel strongly about the lack of criteria that was attached to the vacant position. How is it that the additional criteria that was posted at Hamilton Elementary last week far exceeds those listed for the vacant principal position at Lincoln High School? Our petition was signed by 100 teachers, which equates to 91% of our certificated staff. This is what we're requesting. Minimum 3 years admin experience, must be proficient in master's schedule building, and must be bilingual in Spanish, since we have 65% Spanish speaking. Once the email with our petition request was sent to the area superintendent's office, A timeline was finally created and distributed to the entire staff last Wednesday. As we address the concerns of our Lincoln staff, first regarding the lead principal vacancy and now again for the principal vacancy, staff and students have become more fearful of retaliation for the powers to be. We are concerned that by speaking out, our students and community will face unsubstantiated attacks on our character and work ethic. We ask that Mr. Koba and the elected leaders of the district assure.
We only have 1 minute per person. I'm very sorry.
I just want to make sure that we're not retaliating after speaking out. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Amanda Bonds, and I'm the Early Literacy Programs Manager at Words Alive, a nonprofit that partners with child development centers in the district to bring free literacy support services to the child development centers, families, and children that they serve. As a partner in education, I recognize the crucial work that these centers do, and I am here to oppose the elimination of their entire program. Your proposal leads me to believe that you are out of touch with the particular kinds of service that these centers provide. Child development centers in this district provide quality preschool education to working class parents, and they are one of the only avenues to quality preschool education that low-income communities have in this district. We know that kids who have a preschool education read on grade level. They have lower truancy rates, higher graduation rates. They avoid the criminal justice system. They're less likely to be on welfare as adults. And this starts before kindergarten. I spoke with my mom on the way here for a pep talk, who's been a kindergarten teacher for 30 years, and she said you can smell it on kids when they've had a preschool education when they walk through that classroom.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to that's it.
Eliminating this program would have a long-lasting negative effect.
Okay, we'll move on to the next speakers. I'm really sorry. Everyone has very important points to make. 1 minute is not enough time, but I really do not believe that we want to listen for 4 hours. Okay? The next 5, please come forward quickly so more people can speak. Mary Gantz, Terry Akins, Sherry Amati, Patrice Breslow, and Deborah Connors. Please start.
Hi, I'm Sherry Amati. I'm one of your school itinerant nurses. And I just wanted to let you know that this year we have 131 full-time nursing positions, but we only have 125 currently filled, and we're unable to fill these positions. School nurses are hard to find and fill, and Dr. Mayer even testified at the hearings that nursing is a hard-to-fill PKS position. We want to know why they are not nurses. The nurses are not included in the SCIPs. And there are 1,100 students in the district with allergies, and many of these require EpiPens and nurse training to supervise and CPR certification of the staff and recognize the treatments. And there are another 1,300 known students in the district with asthma and other, likely even higher. Only the nurses can review and sign the doctor's orders off and the treatment and support for these students in school.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Akins. I'm a school nurse, credentialed. We strongly believe that all principals want a nursing presence on campus to support health and safety at our schools. Due to limitations of the SPB process, as well as limited information about how nursing services will be deployed next school year, they may have been unable to or unaware of the importance of including nursing services in their budgets. Additionally, they seem confident that the district is aware of how crucial nursing services are to safety and seem to believe that the district will provide these essential PKS. Do the right thing. Follow the contractual agreement for nurses. Rescind all school nurses with pink slips. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Gantz, school nurse. Since Dr. Meyer testified that she believes 84.75 FTEs can adequately meet the legally mandated needs of the entire school district, let's take a look at what the district is asking us not to do, since these won't be legal mandates. Follow up on mandated vision and hearing screenings. So we will know which students have difficulty with vision and hearing, but be unable to make the necessary referral to connect the student to the services that will allow that student to participate fully in the educational process. assisting a family to obtain health insurance that covers the medications that treat seizures, diabetes, or asthma. This will also impact those students' abilities to learn. Phone calls and parent contacts, counseling regarding SARB cases, create a health problems list for the over 100 schools that did not purchase any nurse time, participate in SST and RTI meetings, do the right thing, follow the contractual agreement for nurses, rescind all school nurse pink slips now.
Hi, I'm Patrice Breslow, and I'm a credentialed school nurse. There are 450 students in the district with diabetes. There are 900 students in the district with a seizure disorder. A school nurse is the only district employee who can review, sign off the doctor's orders for treatment, and create a health care plan for safety at school. These students require a nurse to assess, develop, and implement this health plan. Do the right thing. Follow the contractual agreement for nurses and rescind all school nurses now.
I'm speaking on behalf of Deb Connors. I'm Renee Carla Ruiz. I'm a school nurse. As we speak, we are inadequately staffed. Increasingly, we are having to call parents and tell them that we are unable to provide the legally required services for their child that day due to lack of nurses. For the 2012-2013 school year, the district has chosen to disregard their obligation to due diligence through ensuring student safety. The district has further reduced nursing particular kinds of services to 84.75 FTEs. This includes 41 FTEs that are special ed restricted, leaving 43.75 FTEs in the general education population of 120,000 students, as well as other medical responsibilities for school staff. Who in the district will be informing families that their students will not be able to access their FAPE due to inadequate nursing coverage? Do the right thing. Follow the contractual agreements for nurses. Rescind all the nurse pink slips now and tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next five, Astrid Aldave, Francine Maxwell, Samly Mott, CCI, and Aldo Chappelle.
Hello, I am Samly Mott. I am the president of Lao PSTA. I am here representing the Lao community members who are most underserved in the community. They can't be here to speak for themselves. 160 signatures have been signed by organizations in this community begging you to save the school nurses and the counselor. School nurses help save keep the environment safe. I can't imagine my son who's allergic to peanuts, who have high asthma, going to school with no nurses. I can't imagine that. And then the counselor who shine the light to the heart, the soul of the children, so they can believe in themselves to go on and get education, who help the parents who can't even speak English to help them do homework. If we take out the counselor, how can the children be successful? If we want to be able to have our children to compete in the global market, we have to start now at the children.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Coral Taylor, and I'm a senior at Lincoln High School. I'll be speaking on the counselor situation. The proposed layout for counselors next year on my campus is 2, and I just want to say that's insane. The counselors currently at our school serve over 1,900 students, and they are already working extremely hard. And right now at my school, the counselors, they put on city college placement exams, college and career centers. We have a fully functioning college application and scholarship application lab, and we are a SAT testing site and will be a ACT testing site. These features at our school are very valuable to our students who lack transportation to take these tests anywhere else, which is a part in getting into college, which we all want us to get into college. And right now we have over 100 students who have been accepted and are going to a four-year university. I am one of them. And I would like the council to reconsider the layout for next year's counselors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aldo Chappelle. I'm a parent. I'm speaking on behalf of school counseling. My daughter Bria is a senior at Lincoln High School. She just committed last night to UCLA. Mr. Castro came on earlier and told you about the increased number of kids that are being accepted by four-year universities. A lot of these schools are heavyweight schools. I don't know what the counselors did when I was in school, but it doesn't compare to what these guys are doing by getting these kids. I have another daughter who's a sophomore at Lincoln High, and I'm looking forward to her going to an Institute of Higher Learning. Keep them intact. Give all kids an opportunity to go on to better education after high school.
Okay, it's now about 5:30 when we're supposed to start our meeting. I'm going to continue a few more minutes because we did start a few minutes late. I'm going to call several people now to finish up this round, and then we will have more non-agenda testimony at the end of the meeting. So if these people would quickly come up and go to their place or to wait. And again, when you finish, or when the buzzer goes off, please stop or at least complete your sentence at that point. Marco Reynoso, Rebecca Reynoso, Jacob Hernandez, Miroslava Arteaga, Jorge Arteaga, Craig Rudderman, Derby Pattingill, and Juliet De La Paz.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Reynoso. I have been an educator for 20 years. Thank you for offering this platform to address the board regarding the importance of maintaining CDS operable in the district. A few years ago, when our children were ready to begin their formal education, we began to explore all possible options. Even though we had to commute from Chula Vista to downtown San Diego and back to National City, the choice was obvious. We were determined to matriculate our children at Colonel Solomon. During our extensive research of various facilities, we found this program provided age-appropriate curriculum where children learn through various learning modalities and experiences. The staff carried themselves in a professional manner, and most importantly, they made our children feel at home. Even though we had the convenience of taking our children to other preschools in our vicinity, we knew our children would benefit tremendously from this program offered through the district. Every day, as we departed from the center, we head off to work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I know several people came up. We had 8 final people on the list, so please state your name so I make sure you're one of the ones called.
Okay, Juliet De La Paz, credentialed school nurse, address on file. I guess I'm trying to think of what I really want to say. For me, I think it's a time for unity for all staff. When I think about the impacts that the decisions that have been made on, I think of the students and the staff members of this district. We have wonderful people here that are leaving, unfortunately. They're looking elsewhere to make that difference, and I want them to stay. You see, it's not about blame, it's about accountability. It's not about subtraction, it's about addition. It's not about division, it's about multiplication. True leadership does not point to the source of the problems, it points to true solutions. It's time to make the wrongs right. We've all of us, we've been through enough, and it's time for the healing to begin. It's time for open communication, transparency, constructive dialogue, and I have to believe that we're all willing to forge ahead together, and I want to believe the leadership in this district is willing to take risks for the sake of its constituents. It's time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Reynoso, and I've been in the district for over 22 years. I do possess a graduate certificate from San Diego State. I also have a GATE and gifted certificate. I have a child development permit, and besides that, I have a director's permit. And it saddens me to see that they're trying to cancel our program. One of the things that I have to say is that we need to help the children of the future by supporting early education programs. The early education program from San Diego Unified School District is facing tremendous budget cuts. We are facing drastic changes that will affect not only us, but also our children and families. 150 early childhood education teachers received laid-off notices. This would leave thousands of children without the opportunity to be better prepared for their future. Approximately 4,040 children. The early childhood program offers high-quality preschool education to thousands of your learners. Our children benefit from receiving an education that promotes language, social, emotional, cognitive, physical, and health safety development. We build a foundation for learning. Studies have shown that children who attend a high-quality program are better prepared for kindergarten and perform better during their academic years.
Thank you.
Urge you.
Thank you very much. We need to move on to the next person, please. We need to move on to the next person. Thank you.
Sure. I urge you to rescind all preschool educators. Thank you.
My name is Miroslava Arteaga, and I'm here as a parent and as an early childhood educator. I'm here today to express my concerns in regards to the tremendous budget cuts that early childhood education is facing. I would like to let the board know the difference this program has made for my students and my own children. In my son's case, thanks to our program, he received early intervention for his disability. At Bayview Child Development Center, he had a hearing test, and we discovered that he had a hearing problem. He was diagnosed with a bilateral hearing loss. He started to receive the services he needed. This early intervention made a big difference in his academic success. Thanks to this, he never fell behind in school. He now attends Merlins Middle School, and I can proudly say that he's a GATE seminar student. Also, my daughter was blessed to be a part of this program. She attended both a state preschool classroom and a child development center. I ask the board here to please rescind all early child education staff and keep our programs open for our future of our children. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Hi, I'm Jacob Hernandez, and I'm a sixth grader at Merlins Middle School. I'm here today to tell you how important preschool is to us kids. When I was 3, I attended Bayview Child Development Center, and it got me ready for kindergarten. It taught me how to write my name and how to know about numbers. It introduced me to books, and now I love reading and writing. I also want to say that starting that early helped me enjoy learning. I am now a great seminar student. I ask you to please not close the preschools. Every child needs it. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Cram, educator with the Child Development Program for the past 27 years, my life's work.
What is your name again, please?
Julia Cram.
I didn't call your name.
Oh, you didn't call me?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to be fair because
okay.
people signed up.
Is that Juliet? Probably.
Okay, yeah, Juliet de la Paz. Sorry. Next person.
Hi, my name is Keela Johnson, and I'm a parent with a 3 and a 6-year-old, both who have been through the Child Development Center. I'm urging you to please keep the Ocean Beach Child Development Center open. It is vital for working people like myself to have affordable child care with education on top of it. And I would like to share something from a district advisory committee meeting. It is our moral imperative to prepare all San Diego Unified students to succeed in college and careers by creating conditions that will eliminate racial and economic disparity in student achievement. Of those indicators, one of them is an integration and collaboration that starts with preschool. We are celebrating the year of the young child. The motto is, early years are learning years. Let us celebrate. Please keep all child development centers open. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Derby Pattengill. I'm a parent with 2 kids in San Diego Unified, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the San Diego Unified Council of PTAs, the Vice President of Legislation. And on behalf of the San Diego Unified Council of PTAs, I'd like to thank the San Diego Unified Board of Trustees for passing a resolution supporting the Our Children, Our Future Local School and Early Education Investment and Bond Reduction Act. If placed on the ballot by voters, In November, the Our Children, Our Future education initiative would raise more than $133 million just for San Diego Unified Schools in 2013-2014 alone. In the 2017 to 2018 fiscal year, our district schools would receive more than $231 million. This is money that will affect significant change in the district. The money raised from taxpayers would go into an independent trust fund, and the money would be allocated to specific school sites.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Luis Arteaga. I'm a paraeducator at Free State Preschool. And I am Mr. Jorge for my students and parents. I am a teacher, a nurse, a counselor, a friend to the students and parents. I have also been for them Santa Claus, Lucky the Leprechaun, the mechanic that fixes their tracks, the engineer that makes unique creations out of boxes like a school bus and space shuttle. For most of my children, I am also like a father figure or a big brother, which sometimes is missing in their lives. I know I make a difference because preschool is a foundation for higher learning, and we provide quality education. Over the years, parents have returned to enroll their other children or recommended a friend or a family member to us. So I ask you today to please don't close our preschools and child development centers, for it helps single mothers, fathers, and low-income families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move on to the business part of the meeting. For those who were not called, we will have additional testimony at the end of the meeting on non-agenda items. This board is committed to hearing from everybody who shows up here, so we'll be here as long as we need to be here tonight to hear from everybody. So now at this point, I will ask ASB Council President Donner Good to introduce the color guard.
The Army JROTC Color Guard from Lincoln High School will now present the colors. Please stand. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, color! Order, color! Right, hey! Forward, arm! Forward, arm! Round left, arch!
You may be seated.
Okay, I would like to welcome everyone present today and those watching the broadcast and call the April 24th, 2012 regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. If you wish to address the board today and your name is not on the blue sheet, please submit a form to Ms. Viorato and complete it so that you can speak during the item that comes up on the agenda.
Introduce ourselves.
Speakers on the agenda items will be called on to speak during the discussion of that item, and once we begin discussion of the item, we will not accept any further slips. As I said before, the non-agenda public testimony will be heard at the end of the meeting for those who did not get a chance to speak. I want to say I appreciate those who already spoke in terms of both the passion and also the civility, and I hope we can maintain that throughout the meeting in terms of talking about what we care about very much in a very civil and respectful manner with each other. So at this point, I'd like the ASB student representatives to the board to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their schools. First of all, the ASB Council President, Donner Good, and then Sandra Benitez from Lincoln High School.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'm Donner Good, the ASB President at Patrick Henry High School. Currently on campus, all our underclassmen and juniors are working on the CSTs. As well, our ASB has just released prom tickets and can now be purchased. And the ASB is working on planning our Senior Spirit Week, senior activities that are coming up, and preparing for our final prep rally. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandra Benitez, and I'm Lincoln High School's ASB president, and we're also starting TSCs tomorrow, and we're also doing Cancer Bites Leukemia Lymphoma fundraiser, and we're also starting Yellow Ribbon Week May 7th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you want to comment on items, be sure to let us know, and we will include you in the meeting as well. Okay, we're now going to move on to an important part of the meeting, which is to remember what we're here about, which is working with students. And we have a student presentation from Mission Bay High School, the Mission Bay High School Jazz Band. Dr. Meyer?
Yes, I'd like to introduce the Mission Bay Preservationists. And this talented group of young people just recently came back from New Orleans, where they played at Preservation Hall. And I would also like to introduce J.P. Balmaw, and he is their orchestra leader, band leader. And welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. This is When My Dreamboat Comes Home. Waiting for my dreamboat, 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 waiting for my dreamboat to come home. Waiting for my dreamboat, 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 waiting for my dreamboat to come home. Waiting for my dreamboat, 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 waiting for my dreamboat to come home. Waiting for my dreamboat, 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 waiting for my dreamboat to come home. Thank you so much. Again, we are the Mission Bay High School Preservationists, just fresh off the plane from New Orleans. Woo! Yeah. All right, we're going to finish up here with an original written by our sensational band director, J.P. Belmont over here. This is, This is Come and See. Begins to play, I wanna hear that Crescent City song in my ear. No other song can soothe my soul, wash away the troubles of life for me. I've got that New Orleans song right down Lee Street, come and see. Yeah, no other style can get me on my feet. It's gotta have that Creole flavor beat. So wash away the troubles of life for me. I've got that New Orleans song right down Lee Street, come and see. wants to play. I wanna hear that Crescent City song in my ear. No other song can soothe my soul, wash away the troubles of life for me. I've got that New Orleans song right down Lee Street, come and see. No other style can get me on my feet. It's gotta have that Creole flavor and feel. Soothe my soul, wash away the troubles of life for me. I've got that New Orleans song right down Lee Street, come and see. I've got that New Orleans song right down Lee Street, come and see. Thank you. Thank you again, everyone. Again, we are the Mission Bay High School Preservationists. Thank you.
I would actually prefer that we go on with a few more pieces rather than continue with the business. It'd be a fun way to spend the evening, a few encores. That's a really great performance. And I think one of the things it does is it really highlights the importance of the music programs in our schools and the fact that we really cannot afford to lose our great music teachers as well as a lot of other people. These students up here are really the epitome of what we're working for. They benefited, many of them, from preschool programs. They had class sizes in the early grades that allowed them to learn to read very well. They had nurses who took care of them at school, counselors who got them prepared for as they were going through various stages through school, librarians who helped them, the people in the office that took care of matters, the custodians, the bus drivers who drove them to school, and on and on and on, all the people who had a part in really contributing to these fine young people, and we can't afford to lose this. And as one speaker said, we can't sit around and blame. We have to sit down, talk, and come up with our own San Diego solutions for these problems to really work together, both between the administration and the employees, the employee groups, to come up with a solution that allows us to keep these great programs going while we're going through these difficult economic times. So once again, thank you very much for that great presentation. Okay, we're going to now move on to the Superintendent for Administrative Assignments and the Information Report.
Thank you, President Evans. I can only echo what you just said about the great talent we have in our district, and meeting after meeting, when we see the kids up here and providing that skill and talent firsthand, I think it reinforces for all of us just how great our students really are. I have one personnel announcement, and that is the approval and appointment of Wayne Etkin to become our interim Chief Financial Officer. And let me move on to comments. And what I'd like to do is go off script for just a moment. There were a number of speakers that spoke very passionately about the early childhood and preschool programs. And I'm not sure how much of that information is known to all the folks in attendance tonight. But early childhood, preschool is not a part of the general fund. It is in its own special standalone revenue stream called Fund 12 for early childhood. And the cuts that are being considered are driven directly by the governor's January budget. He has made a proposal to the state legislature for 3 major reductions to the California State Preschool Program, called, or the acronym referred to as CSPP, for the next year 2012-13 budget. First, he's recommending that we reduce the provider rates by 10%. That would drop the daily per-child standard reimbursement rates across the state. So he, in effect, is cutting right into the revenues. Secondly, he's also reducing the income eligibility criteria, which means he's dropping the allowable family income and eligibility for members of any particular household to be served by the early childhood program. And then third, he's increasing the parent work requirements for full-day eligibility. In all of this, he's proposing to eliminate over 9,000 slots and cost out preschool programs by $24 million from Proposition 98. Now, I know that doesn't mean a whole lot to the folks listening, but what he's done here is overlaid 3 different actions that are gutting the preschool program across the state in a standalone revenue account that I refer to as Fund 12. In addition to that, if you were to read the language for his mid-year trigger cut, if in fact the November ballot measure fails, he puts preschool funds on the chopping block again to the tune of another $6 million. So I just want you to understand where and what is driving the reduction in a fund that's not even a part of the general fund. And this is being levied across the 1,000-some school districts in this state. And our pushback has to be with the governor and with the legislature, because simply not putting any money in that account means we cannot operate. It's as clear as that, and it's as very regrettable because, like all the speakers spoke about tonight, preschool is where we start our young kids on the road to success in K-12. And I can assure the community and staff and all of the parents that we will continue to fight for the restoration of that program. Let me move on to some other items to make the community and staff aware. We most recently, as a part of just coming out of the spring break, learned some very good news. We had schools identified as Title I academic achievement schools. That was an announcement released by State Superintendent Tom Torlakson. Of the 117 California public schools identified as Title I academic achievement, we had the good fortune for 5 of them to be in San Diego Unified, and they include Angier Elementary, Garfield Elementary, Hardy Elementary, and Vista Grande Elementary, and one high school, the School of International Studies at San Diego High Complex. So very well done to all of those schools for the success. That's staff dedication, parent engagement, and certainly student commitment. A number of other items I want to bring up. We, a couple weeks ago, celebrated the latest joint use field opening at Jefferson Elementary. Trustee Barrera and I had the honor of being there as we open up our 76th joint use field with the city of San Diego. So if people are wondering whether or not we are collaborating with the city, there are at least 76 fields across 200 square miles of this district that are enjoyed during the school day and throughout the school week by our young people, and then on the weekends and after hours by the community at large. I had the honor of also being available, witnessing the finals of the Academic City League. This is the high school spinoff of College Bowl of many, many years ago. Exciting performances by some of the smartest kids I've ever seen, and I'd hate to even compete with them today. They were well ahead of me. We had La Jolla represent us, La Jolla High School, in the finals against Coronado Unified, and unfortunately lost in a close competition, but well done to all the kids. And the last 2 items I have is that our own board president and I had the opportunity to speak before the City Council Rules Committee the other week. President Evans outlined opportunities for collaboration with the city, and was well received by the City Council Rules Committee. We're on our way to planning a full-up total board City Council discussion in September, and that would be the first time ever, as best we can tell from historical records. And the last thing I would share is that I had the good fortune to be over at Mann Middle School last week. For a second year in a row, there was a celebration of the Karen Burmese New Year. I think it's a great testimony to our cultural diversity and our parent engagement that we had a very, very nice group of parents and students, well over 100, and staff there to celebrate the cultural honors of a new year in their culture. And that's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, we will now move on to board information reports. Ms. Jackson.
Certainly, I just wanted to report that I know that Morris just finished up their WASC accreditation visit, and I think they did very well. But more importantly, I had an opportunity on Friday afternoon to help make a wish come true. And one of our students at Morris High School, we did an early graduation ceremony for him and his family because his father is in hospice. And he had wanted to see one of his children graduate in white, and his child had earned the distinction to be able to graduate in white, and the perspective for him is not good to last until the total graduation in June. So we actually did a formal ceremony at Morris campus Friday afternoon, and it was very touching to listen to the fact that this child that's graduating was saying in kindergarten, when his father came to pick him up, he didn't want to walk with him because he was a biker. He had the bright yellow shirt that bikers wear, and he would try to walk way behind him so they wouldn't know that it was his dad. And here he is some years later, being the only one of 3 children to be able to graduate in white, which is his father's only request of his children was to see one of them graduate in white. And so, very moving ceremony, and I applaud the staff, the counseling staff, and then the staff at Lincoln and Make-A-Wish people that helped us coordinate all those efforts. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brewer?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Superintendent Koba just went over regarding the early childhood education program. So Julia De La Paz spoke very clearly about the fact that we need to come together and work together to focus on solutions. Well, we have an opportunity right in front of us right now to save this program. This program is, the cuts that the superintendent talked about are in the governor's January budget. However, the Senate and Assembly budget committees have an opportunity to take those cuts out of the budget, restore that funding, and do it before the May 15th governor's revise. So what I would ask is everybody here and everybody you know, let's get our letters in, let's get our emails in to the governor, to our local legislators, to the chairs of the Senate Budget and Assembly committees. If the district can help you facilitate getting your letters in through our Action Center on the website, I would advocate that we do so. And I know that there's a little bit of controversy about that, but maybe we could ask the UT to do a watchdog report on why early childhood is being cut while prison funding has been increased. So let's please work together to take action and save this program right now.
Mr. Beiser.
I would like to also echo the remarks of Superintendent Koba and School Board Member Barrera that, we have to ask ourselves what is driving the decision-making up in Sacramento in the governor's office and in the Assembly and the Senate to cut early childhood education. When, in education circles, other teachers and educators like myself know that early childhood education, transitional kindergarten, and preschool and kindergarten are huge indicators of student success and most ultimately result in literacy by the 3rd grade. And we all know that 3rd grade literacy rates are used by several states to predict future prison populations. So we have to do everything we can to increase 3rd grade literacy rates so that our children have a solid foundation and can get on the path to graduating from high school and going on to college or a career of their choice. So that's really important that we actually act. Action will speak louder than anything else we can do. A lot of the people in Sacramento, to be completely frank with you, don't think there's a problem because they're not hearing from us enough. They are not hearing enough. So that they don't really realize that this is a serious problem with the constituents that can vote them in or vote them out. And they're the ones that control the purse strings. They're the ones that decide whether or not we get the money we need for these programs for our kids. Also, I think it's very important to reiterate that we do have an opportunity to work together to balance our budget next year in a humane way that can prevent massive layoffs. We can work together to continue the 5 furlough days and to do other things to save hundreds of jobs next year. That these layoffs are not finalized yet. And so while we have time, we must actually work together to balance the budget in a humane way that will prevent massive layoffs, that will keep our counselors, nurses, and music teachers. There is another way. And I look forward to the opportunity. And I will never quit, and I will never say die. As long as we have an opportunity to work together, then I encourage everybody to sit down and try to figure out a way to make it happen. And the last board information report item I would like to share is that on Friday I attended and spoke at the La Jolla Kiwanis Club, which was also very well attended by the UCSD Circle K Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beiser. I was very pleased to see that in a recent report in UT San Diego, a poll of the city which showed that along with jobs in the economy, the education of our children was right up there in terms of the public's concern about what's going on in our city. And we've had a lot of candidates for mayor and other people offering their opinions about what they would do to fix the school system, sometimes not always being well informed about what we're doing. But I really welcome the opportunity that people are really beginning to pay attention to what's going on in education, which is one of the reasons Superintendent Koba and I went to speak to the City Council to really inform them on what we were doing as well as what the challenges that we are facing, and we need everybody in the community involved morally, emotionally, financially supporting us, whether it is city government, other groups throughout the community. We all have a stake in what's going on in our schools. And I just want to say, too, that this morning we had a brief workshop on the cluster development across the district. When Mr. Brewer and I came on the board a few years ago, there were only a few areas of the city that really had organized cluster councils who were working in their own communities, and we can say now that in all 16 communities across the district that there are formed cluster councils, and these are parents, teachers, administrators from all the schools, the high school and the middle school and the elementary schools that feed into that high school, working together for the benefit of the schools in that community. Sometimes people see the unified district as a very large entity and very difficult to deal with, and we've tried to break it down in terms of really having more local involvement and more local support. And so I think this is going to really make a difference as we're facing the challenges as we have more and more involvement from the community, increased parent engagement, but not just parents, not just teachers, but everybody from throughout the community realizing that we all have a stake in public education. So we will now move on to our next items. First of all, to a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Okay, please vote. Okay, the first item on the agenda will be the superintendent's consent agenda. And are there any public speakers on these items, Ms. Virata? One, and there's one here. Okay. Board members, do you wish to pull any items from the consent agenda for further discussion? Okay, seeing none,
move
we will
adoption of the agenda.
Okay, a motion to adopt the agenda. We will, before doing that, we will hear from two public speakers, both of whom wish to speak on item E26. Corinna Johnson and Leslie Reynolds.
Oh, this is our groundwork.
3.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Because we're very, this is an agenda item, but we'd ask you please to each speak 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay? There will be a light come on when it's the last minute.
Hello, my name is Corinna Johnson. I'm a resident of southeastern San Diego and a future parent. I'm really excited about the potential Earth Lab that Groundwork San Diego is going to hopefully be implementing very, very soon. I'm especially excited about the potential of a farm-to-school program. Farm-to-school programs can help provide equal access to healthy, high-quality, chemical-free produce, enabling more healthy meals in school cafeterias, providing agriculture, health, and nutrition education opportunities. Benefits include strengthening students' and communities' knowledge and attitudes about agriculture, food, nutrition, and the environment, increasing children's participation in school meal programs and consumption of fruits and vegetables, improving childhood nutrition, reducing hunger, and preventing obesity and obesity-related diseases. And last but not least, decreasing the distance between the farm and the plate, reducing emissions of greenhouse gases. So I'm really excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Reynolds, the Executive Director of Groundwork San Diego Chollas Creek, and we formed in 2007 to bring environmental improvements to Southeastern, working with schools and communities. And the partnership with Millennial Tech Middle School and San Diego Unified was one of the first ones that we formed in order to reclaim this incredible resource, this 3.5-acre parcel adjacent to Millennial Tech for the students. It poses such incredible opportunity for STEM learning, for plant propagation, for urban farming, after-school programming, and I could go on and on. So we've already raised about $100,000 in sort of minor improvements and just finished a master plan, which we've shared with many board members. And so we cannot tell you how excited we are to move forward with this and bring all these improvements to the Earth Lab. It's going to be a hub of science and community activity for schools throughout Southeastern. In particular, I want to thank Sheila Jackson, who started down this journey with us 5 years ago, and this is really a dream come true. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That sounds great. So we had some positive comments about that item. There was a motion, was that by Mr. Burr? Was it seconded by Ms. Jackson to approve the consent agenda? No further comments. Please vote. Okay, 4-0, we adopt the consent agenda. Now we'll move on to ASB President's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Currently, the ASB Council, we just met with Food Services. There's been a confusion with what can be sold on campus and what can be distributed, and so we met with the food service representatives, and they went over about competing cells and also the different requirements for different food to be sold. We're still working to try to figure out some loose ends about some different factors that are competing with each other. Other than that, our ASB Council has been working on revising and adding on our final add-ons to our anti-bullying week work plan for next year. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The ASB Council of Presidents is made up of the presidents of the ASBs throughout the district, so that's another way that people across the district, students, the student body presidents are working together. Okay, now to item F2, Student Success Dashboard and Budget to Actuals Dashboard. We have some exciting things happening with technology, both in terms of student achievement and also in terms of managing our budgets. So, Superintendent.
President Evans, I'm going to have Daryl Lagasse come forward, our Chief Information Technology Officer, and what he's going to do is a short demo of what we think the future holds for us in terms of, one, trying to track our students' successes electronically in real time, something that's now piloting, and then also, similarly, in real time, currency of where we are with spending and budgetary information. So I'm going to ask Daryl to navigate through it now.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. A while back, you approved a business intelligence platform, and shortly after that, you approved a 5-year plan that really helped put the foundation in place for what you're seeing today. And so these are some of the first dashboards that have come out of the system. I want to recognize the work that the IT department, our team, has done alongside the academic office, Dr. Nellie Meyer, and the financial support division, several of the members alongside Phil Stover over as well. The first one we're going to show you is some work around the Student Success Dashboard. And so as you can see here, we're starting off with the tool that measures attendance and keeps a track of things. And this dashboard is going to be the launch pad for just about everything. What I'm going to navigate to now is it's really a pilot program that we're going to show tonight because we have to protect the privacy of student records. So the information you see here is not really tied to any one real student, but the pages that you see are what the students have been able to navigate. I will share with you this pilot has been tested at Kearney DMD, and so the team at Kearney DMD has been wonderful, the counselors, the principals, and the students. And I want to also recognize Deanna Grijalva, who has been the liaison, if you will, between Nellie's office and IT and the school to really help pull this together. I'm going to click on one of the students right now, and we'll drill down and let you see the information that we've assembled. The intention of this dashboard ultimately is to replace many disparate documents and data sources we have today. It's going to look at things like our transcripts, our grading system. It's going to look at replacing our learning contracts for students. But the nice thing about it is that it's a one place to go to get all the information, and we ultimately think it'll be the tool to prove 1 year's growth for a child as we begin to build the components out further in here. This is version 1. The graphics are going to be worked on over the summer before we roll this out full scale. As you can see, we start here with some quick demographic information. We see that this student is well above our attendance goal of 96.21%, or at 97%. A student could quickly drill down into this attendance, see exactly the days that they were out, see some of the reasons that they're able to keep up with their attendance. They've gone to Saturday school a couple of times, I think, to make up some of those absences. I'll just quickly return back here and scroll so you can see a couple of other things. We are focusing front and center our graduation requirements, both A to G, UC A to G requirements, as well as district graduation requirements. And you can see we've tried to simplify the view and point out where they are in meeting the graduation requirements. But again, we can drill down into this and quickly get to exactly what's happening with those requirements and where things might be missing. You'll see it starts out with the UC A to G. I can quickly change it to just the district grad requirements, and you can begin to see a little bit more information there. This is a great historical record, something that is to be used with the counselors, teachers, and parents ultimately taking a look at this as well. I'll just, again, shift back. I'm trying to go through this quickly because I want to show you the other dashboard as well. The academic history is here. You can see that a student can navigate between all the years that we have data on them, see their grades, from the beginning of their attendance within our district. You can see the summary testing information. I'll kind of quickly skip down to the CSTs. Not only do you see where they're proficient, they can go back again and see prior years' test results. They can drill down into this one step further and see the strand level performance, the areas where they're doing well and where they need additional supports. So we're again, I'm kind of buzzing through it quickly, but there's a lot here to see. We have the CELT test is here, and you can see where they stand. Again, picking between the years that they took those. The Casey pass, fail choices are here. If a student took it multiple times as they drilled in, they would see every time they took it and where they were in their success or failure with that. And then as we scroll down to the bottom, you'll see that we've also tied in their career interest survey. So we use Data Director, another data warehouse tool, to collect the student interest. We brought that data back in through the dashboard and are able to represent it here. We envision many links to other resources that will take off and connect to Naviance and go off and connect to other career resources and things like that. So this is a highlight of the dashboard. I'm not sure, Nellie, if you want to want to talk a little bit more about your vision here?
I just want to share, I noticed Board Member Beiser was looking at the strand data. When we showed the teachers the strand data at Kearney, that was a particular part that they very much enjoyed looking at. And also, the goal of this is to combine the CST quantitative measures with some of the career inventories and the self-assessments that the students will do. So we looked for a way to really look at their interests and look at their self-reports on that particular subject.
This is awesome because, obviously this student did not meet standards. They were far below basic. But you can look here and you could say, okay, exponents and logarithms, raw score 3, 19%.
Right.
So then you can target that particular student for after-school tutoring, Saturday workshop, something like that, and just, figure out what is it that they don't understand about exponents and logarithms and help get them up to grade level. And then this is why, to echo what Dr. Meyer said, this is why teachers just love this data, because it helps us to get the kids up to standard. Yeah. And then this data is not stagnant based on CST.
Right.
We need to also track how they're progressing throughout the year on the benchmark data. Because if we wait until the CST, it's too late. The year's over. Yeah. So we need to know how are they performing on those strands after the first quartile, the middle of the year, so that then we can get them caught up and figure out where they need to fill in those gaps, so that by the time they take the CST test, they're proficient in all those classes.
And the benchmark stuff is coming right behind it. In
Absolutely.
version 2,
that was the conversation that has been had. And the other mock-ups that we have for the schools that currently have the benchmarks that you're describing have the benchmarks on them for that very reason. And just a statement that you cannot close the achievement gap if you don't know where the gap exists. So this is the perfect way to share that information with parents, share that information with teachers, engage in that conversation all the way around. And lastly, a great conversation came out of this. Many students are on their own as far as assessment from an early age. Perhaps they want to start in middle school even earlier. And so the students here present, the idea that you could go in and look and see, I need to work in this particular area, or this is a particular interest that I have, what are some things I could connect to it, has a lot of potential for students to learn to self-assess throughout their lives.
I think what's real important here is that students can access this. When we went to school, we had no clue what these things were, what they meant to us. Yeah, so this is a big step forward. I just want to say this has been a true team effort. Nellie and her team have helped our IT folks transform, what they normally do is a lot of programming at screens, and we're not interfacing enough with our customers. We've really changed, our approach to our service model, and this has been, I think, a clear statement of that success.
Is there any way on the daily attendance percent, if a student's the average daily attendance percent drops below our district goal, can it turn red?
We're going to put a gauge there, and it's going to be just like our gauges that we have. Yeah.
Warning.
This is kind of our version 1. We've got a lot of graphic work to do. All those things can be done relatively easy. I'm going to shift gears, if it's okay, to the financial dashboard. So the other thing that's been... So I think the other thing that's been equally as a struggle is getting easy access to the financial data. And so the first thing that we did is we actually worked again with our finance office as well as school sites and several departments to actually try to put together a financial toolkit that would be meaningful and relevant to their jobs. A lot of times when you go into PeopleSoft and you try to run a report to figure out where your balances are, you get a static PDF. It's very difficult to read or navigate, and worse off, you really don't have a way to do a year-over-year comparison easily unless you navigate that system every day. So our financial toolkit is really set out to do just that, and it's loading here. So give me a second. Hopefully it's. Let me just switch pages. Okay. Looks like it's going to come up. A lot of this is under some testing servers that will be being upgraded over the summer before we launch this out to the full consumer base. We do have 10 principals right now that are piloting this, giving us feedback, and we're listening to some of the changes, and we will incorporate most of those things probably in the end of May, which will then lead to its launch. What you can see right here real quickly, even though it's not loading quickly, is our department, which is the IT division. And the first graph that shows up here is really just a quick snapshot of the entire budget. And what you can see on here is that the red, well, let me shift over to the 3-year view because I think that's really important. So this is our budget. It looks like everyone else's in the district. It's just gone down over the last 3 years. It just when we're all struggling with that. But you can quickly see a view of 3 years and what's happened from a budget and operations standpoint. Then you see the real-time information, which is what we've currently expended. The red is really checks that have gone out to vendors or people that have been paid for their services or things that we've bought. The golden color here is actually encumbrances. These are POs that have been issued to vendors but have not necessarily been closed out or paid for completely yet. And then the top one are pre-encumbrances, things that are waiting to get through a system, maybe waiting for Phil's approval or somebody to sign off on, or Nellie's, for example. So that's a quick view, but what I'd like to do is drill down into maybe filter down one level here, and we'll just take resource 00, which is our general fund unrestricted resource, and as soon as this list loads, what would normally load here pretty quickly is the list of all the funds. Let me just see if I can get to begins with.
Daryl, while you're waiting for that to load, can you show us how you can rate, how we'll be able to rate each department as proficient, basic, far below basic on how they spend their money? Is it is part of this, right?
Sure, we could probably do that. We could probably do that. I think we figured out how to do it. Spend ours the way we needed to. So what I've done is I've selected general fund unrestricted. I'm going to run that filter through and just narrow out the data, which means it's really pulling out all the people dollars and is just now showing me the unrestricted discretionary dollars. And as this comes up, then we'll be able to drill down one account further and try to pick something. And I'm going to demonstrate what our mileage looks like, for example. And so here you can see it, as at a high level, our general fund unrestricted discretionary. So if I click in here now, I'll get the list of the actual accounts. If I go to 50, I think it's 5203 or 5302 is probably our mileage. One of the things that we also did is we added friendly titles to this. In PeopleSoft, it's just numbers, and so principals have to think of what those all mean. But what we tried to do is tie it back to the title that somebody could recognize that doesn't use it every day. So I go ahead and click. It's not auto expense personal car. We don't have those here. That's mileage for our district, just for clarification. But I will click on OK and then take it to the next level, and you'll get a chance to see how we can begin to do some year-over-year comparisons with this particular category. And we can keep drilling down in all the way down to the transaction level. We can go right to the invoice that was paid to a vendor just by doing this. As you can see here, our department has about $31,000 in mileage, primarily covering the folks that do the computer support out at all the schools, as well as the resource teachers that go out to provide a lot of the training. Those are the two areas. You can see we've spent about $23,000 of it thus far, and this is the balance we have left. Now if I shift over one tab, you're going to see I'm going to be able to do a quick year-to-year comparison. So how am I tracking in spending this year's money versus how it went last year? And I'm going to show you where I have a little problem and tell you what happened and what we did to adjust it. again.
So while that's coming up, can you tell me what 10 schools you're piloting this in, please?
Do we know the...
They can get that while you're working on it.
We'll get you the list.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so here we've got it broken down by quarter, and as you can see, there's a spike in quarter 2. I'm going to drill down one step further, and we'll see actually month by month. And this is a pretty powerful tool for us to track this month by month as well. And here you can see what happened. We've got September, July, August, September seem to be on track somewhat. Then there's a big spike in October. Well, what happened is EETT funds ran out in September. The grants are over. They're not reauthorizing it. We knew that was going to happen. We thought it was going to happen. They didn't get it back. So what we had to do was move the mileage for the resource teachers that are doing all the I-21 PD into the IT's mileage budget. So we made adjustments. We cut things in other places, and then we began to level it back out. The last thing I'll show you is the ability to get to that transaction level by clicking on this, and then what you can do with that. But now we're drilling in. So we started, everything about our dashboards is from a visual standpoint, and then kind of getting closer and closer in to learn more and more about the information we might need. And we've seen these dashboards receive very well. Principals are telling us, I could use that immediately. If I knew I could get to that so quickly, I may not have to bother someone else for that same set of data. Here it is down to the transaction detail, and as with just about anything else in this system, we can export this information into Excel, a PowerPoint, and so I'll just pull that up real quick, and they could manipulate it further if they choose to. I know I went through it fast, but I wanted you to see the advancements we've made in these two areas, and thanks to the finance collaboration and the academic and operations collaboration on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's a very useful informational presentation. And let's move on in the agenda. The next item is the proposal for purchase of district-adopted instructional materials and textbooks for the 2012-13 school year. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? And a second. And this item, I'll have the superintendent explain, but what I know is that it's basically lottery funds that are not flexible, that cannot be spent in other ways, so we're using it for what is the most needed in terms of textbooks, the bare minimum, I think.
This is a prescribed requirement for the lottery fund, and it's also in accordance with the Williams settlement legislation for a sufficient number of textbooks per grade per school. And Barbara Barron, our program manager, monitors this program very carefully, and so this is a requirement the board must approve in order to go forward and be in compliance.
I just want to make one comment myself about one item on there, which is the FOSS science programs. We've had really dramatic increases in our science scores, and this is, I think, very much due to the great work the science teachers have been doing in terms of hands-on work. And these are basic science kits that are refurbished and restored, so they have raw materials in and take them out and work with them. They're producing results, and it's just a very great investment. No further comments. Please vote. And that passes 4-0. We will now move to the local educational agency referred to as LEA plan. We had a preliminary discussion about this, and we will have a follow-up presentation by the staff about this. Superintendent.
This is a second reading, a follow-up of 2 weeks ago when we briefed the board on a proposed update of our local education agency plan, the application of about $9.7 million in one-time program improvement year 3 funding, and a needs assessment that was provided by our date provider, WestEd. What I'd like to do now is have Ron Rohde, our Chief Accountability Officer, come forward to update the board and the community on what we have done to further refine the plan. At the end of Ron's discussion, I would like to wrap up with some additional commentary with regards to the proposed LEA. So, Ron, over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba. And I believe, President Evans, that this is agenda item. You're giving me 2 minutes. So as Superintendent Koba said, this is indeed a second reading, and I'm going to highlight some changes that have taken place since we reviewed this 2 weeks ago. So many of the slides that have been uploaded, I'm going to go over very quickly. And as Superintendent Koba said, this is, of course, originating because we entered year 3 of program improvement, and we were required to contract with a date provider or a district assistance and intervention team provider to conduct a needs assessment and also to update our LEA plan. So we were fortunate to be able to work with West Ed. They are a well-respected support provider in the state, as well as an organization that conducts well-respected research. In conjunction with the work that our LEA, our date provider conducted, we also set up 6 work groups, and these were based on the work that would be required traditionally of all districts in the state to address the 5 longstanding goals that have been required for districts as part of their LEA plans. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that we had kind of 2 parallel processes underway. We had our outside provider looking at our data, looking at our district documents, but we also had district staff working through the same type of analysis, looking at the data, thinking about strategies to address that. Again, it had to be our own district plan. It couldn't be this outside provider coming in alone suggesting how we need to move forward. So those are the specific work groups that we were working with throughout this process. And again, these are the ones that were required by the state, and I'll talk about how these get woven into our LEA plan a little bit later. And so part of West Ed's work was initially to start looking at a lot of our district documents, and they quickly realized that we were a district that already had some very strong planning in place and really had a strategy to move forward. So they were very instrumental in working with the California Department of Education to say that, look, this district there's no reason to conform to your typical expectations and develop the LEA plan based on our state template. Let's work with San Diego to make sure that this document works for them and it still addresses all of the components that are required by the state, but again is definitely individualized to San Diego. And so I want to talk a little bit about the plan that was developed, what you've been looking at in the documents that you have. Again, this is not an additional plan. This is very much based on the 12 indicators that the district has set up, the board has adopted as indicators of a quality school in every neighborhood. And there's a method in the state's system for recording this that we can always adjust the presentation of data so that it goes back to the state's 5 established goals. So that's one reason why there's a lot of flexibility from them in the way we develop this, because they can get back to the way they perhaps need to look at it in certain situations. This plan is very much designed to build capacity in the district. So it's set up to make sure that we are developing all of our administrators, our site principals, so that they can provide the best support and leadership at their sites. It's designed to build capacity among our teachers to provide them the support so they're providing that quality instruction the very first time. So that's really the focus of using these one-time monies to get long-term benefit. We want to do what we can over the next few months to make sure that we're building that capacity. And we certainly recognize that not all students are going to achieve grade level standards that first time. So there's also a real strong emphasis in this plan about building on the existing interventions that we have, but also adding new ones where it's appropriate. So you'll see in here there's a continuation of summer school. We've got learning upgrade continuing here. We found those to be effective interventions. But there's also some flexibility to look at new interventions depending on what sites have identified, but also perhaps narrowing that list of programs or interventions to make sure that everybody is picking something that is going to be successful. This plan is very much grounded in research. If you turn to the needs assessment document that was presented by West Ed, on page Appendix B38, there's a list of about 7 criteria that have been culled from research. And if you look down that list, every one of those is addressed in this plan about building strong leadership, about increasing the rigor and standards-based instruction, looking at those Common Core state standards. All of those items are very much woven throughout this plan, so it certainly is grounded in the research that is being found to be effective for school improvement across the country. The other thing is we have learned that some of the language in here probably needs to be tweaked a little bit from some of our advisory groups. So we're certainly going to go back and make sure the language is consistent with the way it should be characterized. Those, again, are minor adjustments, but again, not substantive ones. So at this point, if we were to take a look at the actual LEA plan document, I want to point out a few differences that we've done, hopefully to make it easier to navigate. If you're looking at the front page, and if those of you who have a copy of it, we've added in the top left an actual strategy number. So this helps to reference throughout the document. This first one is to create the communication plan, becomes strategy 0.1, and then underneath that, each action step has a number as well. So the first action step becomes 0.1. That's the strategy. First action step is now 0.1, so 0.1.1. So that's a technical change throughout this document that hopefully will make it easier to navigate. The other things that we've done, we've added, filled out the last 3 columns in this document. We've added the target audience. We've also added some estimated costs where appropriate, and looking at the funding sources to achieve those particular strategies. So those are the structural changes to this document. In some cases, we also updated some start and end dates where appropriate, and we also made some minor adjustments in certain places to the people responsible, making sure that we had all of the people who were primarily responsible the first point of contact for overall responsibility. The other document that we have included here is the budget document. And as was mentioned, the state did award us $9.7 million to help implement this modification to our LEA plan. And again, the state simply uses a calculation method to try to introduce some fairness across the state, saying for each district we'll count how many schools you have in program improvement, and then we'll award you $100,000 based on each of those schools. But again, this funding is designed for district-wide program improvement. So the worksheet that you have before you today, again, doesn't add any new strategies to what you reviewed 2 weeks ago. What we've done is, in some cases, simplified this document. There were some line items in the previous budget report that were blank because they were no-cost items, or they were encompassed in items that had preceded them in the chart. So what we've done is just really focused in on this document tonight, looking at the entire $9.7 million and providing you with the items of spending according to those funds. And we've added some additional detail, we hope, to provide that clarity perhaps where it was too brief before. So those represent the changes to the documents that you have before you tonight, and I'm going to turn it back to Superintendent Koba.
Thank you, Ron, and I want to summarize for Ron's observations and add a few more perspectives as well. Ron mentioned that we continue to get some feedback from advisory groups, and in particular, Maura Opritton from the Special Education CAC has provided us some good information, which we're going to incorporate into the draft LEA and the supporting documents. We've had some informal, and I emphasize informal, conversation with the CDE any contacts with regards to the LEA, and they've been, I think, very satisfied with the work we've done. I know that after I've completed my remarks, we'll have additional discussion, and I've seen some options or proposals from Trustee Jackson with regards to how to allocate the funding, and I just wanted to comment on the plan, where we are, and what considerations we have. And first and foremost, as superintendent, I strongly recommend that the board accept the refining, evolving LEA plan that has been developed by the academic leadership in collaboration not only with our outside provider, West Ed, but with the numerous stakeholders, task force that have been a part of this process. Since January, we've been actively involved with trying to develop a comprehensive update because we are in program improvement year 3, and that we've tried to do so in a more innovative, forward-leaning way, because what you have before you, or what was briefed 2 weeks ago, is a singling up of our 5-year vision for strategic process that would achieve a quality school in every neighborhood. That is a new and, I think, broad-based approach to moving the district out of program improvement, and something that the California Department of Education has taken in stride as a creative approach to making the exit from PI happen for all of us. The LEA plan is a bold and different approach that will move the entire district, and that's what's key here. Everything we do is one-time funding applicable for 18 months and should have district-wide implications. I want to note that we do and will continue to receive Title I funds independent of this 18-month transition period, but we also know that the fundings that we have allocated from year to year get approved by the board. We have had much discussion, debate over the allocation percentages. At the end of the day, what we discover is that we have mixed results with that particular funding, and that is more specific to school campuses. This is a different turn in the road. It is about using one-time fundings for the greatest district-wide impact to exit program improvement. The options to move the money around, in my opinion, and we'll see 4 different possibilities for percentage allocations, would continue to create a silo environment. I don't think that awarding funding directly to schools without affecting strategies or changes across the board bodes that we will overcome where we are today. In fact, in narrow campus allocation of fundings, chances are we will have similar overlapping strategies rather than complementing. I think it's key that the board and the community and staff understand that the one-time $9.7 million is to be received for application in a deep-seated, broad-based way. We shouldn't just allocate narrowly to schools because it was allocated to us. That was just among one of many different allocation methods, and I don't subscribe to just simply turning around and recycling based on percentages. I firmly believe that we need a district-wide approach to insert things like the Common Core standards and the district's goals for student achievement. And the allocation of the funding would be for curriculum development and professional development to support the overall broad and challenging curriculum, which is one of the 12 attributes of our strategic process for a quality school. The impact will be sweeping, enduring, and in keeping with the direction of standards-based rollouts across the state and the country in the years ahead. And I think we have to take advantage of this opportunity to be bold and different. The plan also, created by the collaboration I mentioned earlier of both community and professional educators, does have that focus on the operative word that Ron brought up, and that's capacity. Building capacity at a time when we are resource constrained for both the site leadership and the teaching staff, and this strategy provides a more effective long-term instructional program for students at every school through the PD and curriculum development. I also think that the LEA plan is, in fact, backed by, grounded in research, and I won't go over what Ron has already referenced in the annex, the appendix, I should say. I think this also sustains a long-term goal going back a couple years members of the board. Funding would be used to help roll out the A to G in a bridging period to a better time funding. And just a couple of weeks ago, the board did authorize at that juncture $2.3 million at an allocation for A to G rollout. And that's about getting the class of 2016 ready and inserting the the rigor and relevance, high expectations, which is another part of the 12 attributes for quality schools. It also brings into bear interventions. Learning Upgrade is a system that has worked. It has proven to help move kids and schools along over the last couple of years. And I think by allocating funds across the district, we get that greatest enduring impact rather than allocating just the PI schools. And this is all about taking the entire district out of PI, not one school. The staff recommendation does support a critical, immediate intervention for high-risk students through a targeted summer school program, another vulnerability that we need to deal with. So that's a half a dozen factors that play into where we want to go, multiple dimensions. And I have two more that I want to bring up. This plan also addresses or confronts the achievement gap by pursuing the high expectations. It brings teachers together, refining our professional learning communities to collaborate on behalf of students, coming up with common problem-solving methodologies. And the last thing I want to allude to is that we would use funding for interweaving counseling, the RTI capabilities, and crisis management through the implementation of the strategic process. So I ask the board to consider the funding is district-wide, multidimensional, and strategic in nature as we go forward.
Okay, let's hear public comments. We just have a few on this one, and then we will go to a board discussion. Let me make sure that this is item number F4, yes. Okay, David Page, Edith Smith, and Moira Albritton. 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members. My name is David Page. I'm the chair of the District Advisory Council for Compensatory Education. There are multiple concerns. First of all, there's a question about the funding. I heard Superintendent mention this is for $9.7 million. Actually, the LEA plan is supposed to encompass the entire consolidated application, which is $40 million in Title I, a couple million in professional development, Title II, and several, maybe $15 million in the state funding as well. So I thought that this should have been a comprehensive plan for all of the consolidated application, as the state indicates. So I don't see those numbers within here. But to move right along, I would suggest to you that you do not see before you the same thing you saw last time. This is a migrating document, and yet the DAC is always left behind. This comes to you, and then it comes to us in the process of these things. It does not include a full budget that's required to be in there. The plan is more of a plan to make a plan. As you read through there, it's a plan to make plans. The plan requires development over time of benchmarks that are being developed simultaneously by the CDE. Why aren't we using Acuity, which is the company that's creating the benchmarks that will be implemented in 2016? So we're going to work on benchmarks and then rebuild benchmarks over the next 6 years with a considerable amount of this, instead of just purchasing a process that does that immediately, so that teachers can hit the ground running with Acuity and do RTI and RTI squared. The plan vaguely cites undetermined research-based programs. It's supposed to be a plan, and yet there's many vague claims to what's going to be put in place with the funding. So in effect, it becomes a bit of a blank check over time. This is a 3-year plan for 18 months of money if you don't include those other funds. The plan does not use or include the $2 million giveaway plan with the SMART goals and that kind of thing. So I'm curious, are we doing that or not? And if we are doing that and it's to benefit students, why isn't that in the plan? That should have been in the plan. The goal number 0, just a suggestion, I would have thought that goal 0 for communication and implementation would have been a column that addressed all of the 12 steps. How are you going to communicate and implement each of those? Instead of having it separated by itself, it should have been a separate column, just as a suggestion. The 30 to 40% of Title I parents who are not primarily English speakers have no idea what you're talking about. Almost half of your parent body does not know what this plan is or was, because so far as I know to this day it has not been translated, but you're going to say that the community was involved somehow. Curious how that happened. The only work of the DAC is to work on this LEA plan, look at budgets, and look at data. We're not involved in this. We're always behind the ball on this. There's no way for us to communicate with you in a timely manner. If you're releasing these documents the days before on a Friday, please do something about communication so we can truly be involved.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edith Smith, and I urge the trustees not to vote on this plan. This plan is just paper. We need a plan that the trustees fully understand and that they fully support and that they can vote on it. And if it changes, you need to vote on the changes. We don't need any ever-moving documents. I am very confused. I went to the early morning board meeting by which most people could not attend, and I listened, and I was not happy then, and I've listened tonight, and I'm not happy tonight. I keep hearing multiple types of language. I heard that it was a district-wide, the funds had to be used district-wide, but then there was also an indication that said that that there were sites identified. So to me, that is conflicting. To me, the use of this money is heavy, heavy, heavy into people, into paying adults. And so I want to see a plan that has programs, good programs, that support kids. That's what's going to get us out of program improvement. This looks very much like our district budget. It's mostly paying adults. And that's not okay. And then I hear them say, I heard two conflicting things. It says that they're just added some things to things that we were already doing, so it's not a whole lot of new. They just tweaked it. That's what was said. But then I heard bold and different. So which is it? Don't vote on this. This is ridiculous. I mean, I just don't understand how we are doing this in this way, and we find it acceptable. These are kids' lives. You're talking about 2016. This is 2012. We have kids dying on the vine right now. Okay? And what I see here is that this Deputy Superintendent of Academics is going to lead us right from Program Year Improvement 3 to Program Year Improvement 4. Do something about it, trustees, right now. Thank you.
Hi, Maura Albritton. I represent the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, and I'm going to probably echo a little bit of what David said. It is a little bit tricky to respond to a document that's been substantively revised 24 hours before your meeting when I'm obliged as a committee chair to adhere to the Brown Act. So I'm here to provide some impressions from folks who are worried about improving educational outcomes for students with disabilities. I only have 3 minutes, no clapping. This product does not seem reasonably likely to result in marked improvement in performance for students with disabilities. First, the plan, and I'm referencing the one that was online Sunday night, not the one that was posted, I think, yesterday. So some page numbers that I'm going to give, please forgive me if the numbers are off. I want to make sure that the plan meets the needs of everybody who is not meeting AYP. If you look at this and it says English language learner, why couldn't it and why wouldn't it say, and students growing up in socioeconomically disadvantaged families, and students in transition, and students with disabilities? No one here is opposed to students who are struggling to learn English receiving resources. I just don't think we're going to emerge from program improvement without worrying about every student. Many students with disabilities are, in fact, also struggling language learners, even if English is their native language. In this draft document, we are missing tremendous opportunities to address the needs of students with disabilities right alongside their peers on the following pages: 7, 19, 20, 31, 32, 42, and 52. That's just tagging along. Second, Universal Design for Learning, UDL, needs to happen already. Staff needs training, some classrooms will need environmental modifications, and the strategies need to be implemented with fidelity. This is how we make all classrooms inclusive for all children. That is the epitome of building capacity. UDL belongs on page 16, page 17, several action steps on page 18, page 20, 34, 35. I want it specified on page 48 so that principals will be held accountable, and page 53. Although RTI is a general education program, I do not support the proposed expense of $100,000 for a consultant on a program that has been rolled out after years and years of work groups and task forces. See page 22, where you reference that you're completing your RTI training model. I'd prefer to see the $2 million in Title I program improvement funds listed for learning upgrade revisited to consider procurement of other software programs that might incorporate formative assessments and can accelerate learning. It's a fine program to supplement, but we're talking about students for whom we need to close the gap fast. Page 16, page 20, page 39, page 47, page 30. And by the way, whatever system of learning opportunities, including iHigh, you need to make sure that students with disabilities can access them. Can I keep going? I'm sorry, I represent a lot of people.
Just one more minute.
Okay, really fast. In my list of wordings, your new page 25, there are no special education students. Every student is a general education student. Some are eligible for and receive special education services and supports. Those students can be called students with disabilities, SWD, if you are desperate for another acronym. Page 23, on your new form, counselors are to ensure students are placed in, quote, appropriate courses. This smacks of clustering, grouping, tracking, or otherwise creating learning environments that artificially raise the prevalence of challenged learners. It fortunately is offset by your page 38 task verbiage, which is to ensure no single group is over or underrepresented in courses. I ask that you reconcile those pages. Page 51 in your new packet, the CAC does not endorse full inclusion, and I am absolutely positive that senior leadership with whom I interact frequently would agree with me. Special education is a service, not a place. Each student's LRE, least restrictive environment, is determined by their IEP team, not the CAC, not the trustees, and certainly not whoever is typing the plan.
Okay.
Can I do one more, sir?
One more.
Thank you. Students with learning disabilities are a subpopulation of students with disabilities. A district employee referencing your current plan might believe that a student with a disability whose eligibility category is other than specific learning disabled ought not to be enrolled in an AP or an IB course.
Okay.
And all students need to be prepared. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. That includes public comment. Ms. Jackson.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank the staff for doing the tweaking, adding the numbers in there and some targeted audiences to make this a little bit better. But I really want to go back and focus on our public comments, and there is not a motion on the floor, and I don't think we should vote on this document tonight for several reasons. The first reason, I think we just heard very clearly that everyone, and I know the staff is saying there were a lot of organizations, but there's still a lot of people that have not had a chance to give input into this plan. This is not a one-year plan or a 3-year plan. It's supposed to be a 5-year plan, and that's per CDE. My memorandum that was referred to earlier that I referenced, and so what I asked, even separate from that, the $9.7 million, and David is right, this should include everything, but I was just targeting the $9.7 million because during our board briefing, we were told that the state had given us money, $100,000 per each school that we had in program improvement. We have 97 schools in program improvement, which is $9.7 million. And so my question was, why wasn't any of this money given directly to the schools? I understand this is district-wide, and if we're going to do district-wide, then maybe we need to look at how we can help these schools that are in program improvement. And the 4 options that he was referring to, that reference, was the first option that each of these schools receive their $100,000 less 15%, 10% that is required that we keep for staff development, and 5% for administration fee. Then option number 2 is these schools receive 75%, central office receives 25%. Number 3 was to maybe consider the fact that they've been in program improvement a little bit longer, give them a little bit more money. They get 75%. They was in year 5 or above. Year 4, they get 70%. Year 3, 65%, and continues down 5% until you get down to year 1. Option 4, I said just give them half the money. You know, the central office keeps half for the rest of the district, and then the schools get half. Something that came up earlier, and I'll pass this down, some of the other people that have been looking at this send us some feedback. And they talked about, and this came from school sites and principals that have been looking at this document. But while it's going down, the word that was mentioned was bold and different. I kind of wish those words hadn't been said, because to me this is back to the future. What I feel the staff is doing is certainly they're saying we're going to take this money and spread it around at the central office to move out of program improvement. We did this under Mr. Burson. Mr. Burson reallocated all of our monies back to the central office, and then they decided how it was going to be spent and how they would do programs that would help schools. When they did that, I'm going to give you one example. I'll try to be brief with President, because this is what inspired me to run for the school, but one of the things. I'll use Morris and I'll use Mira Mason. I picked on either of those schools. At the time, Mira Mason didn't receive any Title I. Morris received almost $500,000. Those monies were referred back to the Ed Center. When those two schools left the Ed Center, the way it was allocated, both of those high schools received the same amount of services from the district. Whatever the services were for high schools, they both received the same amount of services. And I would ask people, which school is going to be more successful? Okay, Mira Mason didn't give up anything. They got an additional $500,000 worth of services. Morris gave up $500,000. They got that money back in services, but used differently. That caused them to lose counselors and nurses at their schools that they need. They were coming out of their Title I to keep their schools sustainable. That particular year, Mira Mesa made the state list and got extra money from the governor. Morris went in state receivership. It has taken us several years to get Morris out of that state receivership. It has taken us several years to get the money back from the central office back to the school sites. Now, in the memo I received today that said, well, Ms. Jackson's plan doesn't have any specifics in it, okay, not a professional educator, I'm going to say something here to people. Allocating the funds back to the schools, I didn't need to have a plan. There are the plans right there, all 97 of them. Each one of those schools have submitted a single site plan. They haven't get out of program improvement. Some of them had to narrow it down because they didn't have the funding. Please give them the funding. As far as being a professional, I was in the classroom in this district for 8 years, probably 9 years, I don't know how many. And I've been on this board for the last 8. And in doing that, what I keep finding out is that we don't focus enough on the school sites to help them move. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Rohde, when you say we're in program improvement district-wide and we need to move out. I was not advocating that we give every penny to just the schools in program improvement. However, we're in program improvement because of those 97 schools that haven't been able to move forward. And many of those schools have not been given what their just due is. And on the medical field, I did 21 years of medicine. So what has happened here is that we have some sick schools. And they've been given some antibiotics. But they gave them to the central office. And the central office said, well, you know what? These look good. So rather than giving you your full dose, we're going to spread it around the district. And those schools keep getting sicker and sicker. And I'm frustrated because I don't think some people here in the Ed Center really understand that. Because if they did, they would not have put this forward first with all of these holes in it. They would have taken time to work with the DAC, the DLAC, and our special ed advisory group. Not go and say, here is our plan, approve it, but to actually say, how do we move our district forward? This plan is not moving us forward, it's taking us backwards. And I've been there. I know what it's like when the funds are allocated to the central office and services are given to the schools. Our schools fail. And I'm telling you, right now, you're setting us up to fail again. In the comments, I'll finish it up. What I passed down to my colleagues were, this came from the school sites. This didn't come from Ms. Jackson. So you can't say, not a professional, she don't know what she's talking about. This came from the people working on our campuses each and every day with schools. And this is what they said. The money is coming to the district program improvement. More dollars should be allocated to sites, less to district level trainers and outside consultants and coaches. More money for professional learning communities is at the district level in order to improve student learning and student achievement levels to get out of program improvement. The money needs to be allocated to the site level where PLCs do the work to increase achievement. Less money needs to be allocated to external provider for implementation and monitoring by external providers and district level administration and program managers. More dollars for site levels to efficiently implement and monitor site professional learning communities. It goes on to explain all the things that those people do at the site level. At the bottom it says, do not pay for consultants and trainers. Allocate the funds directly to the school site. And then, I guess in this document, it is in there about the benchmarks. Our benchmarks are out of date, and it says before we have the teachers generate some more benchmarks, let's make sure that we're working with our Common Core standards. Now, the senior staff you're correct. When we are submitting our plan now, it has to look different because we're transitioning to Common Core standards. But that work is already going on at our school sites. And I Superintendent, I feel I don't think that this plan is the best plan for our school district, and I would not be supporting it.
Okay. I just want to make a couple of comments myself first. What we have to realize is this is a plan for district-wide program improvement. And the other issue is they are one-time funds as opposed to the ongoing Title I funds and so forth. So it needs to be done very strategically in terms of how we're going to get a long-term effect from one-time money. We had a presentation whenever it was, a couple of weeks ago in the morning. We had the West Ed people who were here. We must submit this to the state. The state is actually accommodating the district and recognizing that we are being very visionary in terms of taking a bigger picture look at how to improve the district overall rather than just continuing some of the same things that we have been doing before. So to continue this discussion, we don't have a vice president here, so I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the superintendent's LEA plan. Okay. Do you want to make some comments, Ms. Brewer? Yeah.
So it feels, the one thing I think I agree with Ms. Jackson and some of the speakers is it feels like we're doing what we always tend to do, which is I think people have very valid thoughts and ideas, and instead of actually coming together and discussing them together, it feels like we're taking sides. I think the overall direction that we're taking in this plan is something that I strongly support. And that is that we are not just simply coming up with a plan to satisfy the state and say, here's our plan that's separate from the overall direction that we're trying to move in the district. And in fact, I think one of the strengths of this plan is, we talk about how to allocate the one-time $9.7 million, but most of the funding for the work that's done in this plan is the rest of our budget. What we're saying is we're spending our budget in a strategic way to try to improve student achievement, and we're not sort of spending money separately in order to satisfy some state requirement. I think that's incredibly important that we're doing that. I think that the state has recognized that and has encouraged us to move forward in that direction. However, a lot of what Ms. Jackson is saying is important, and that is that obviously the work that needs to be done to improve student achievement is work that's done at the schools. And it's not just, I think it is absolutely the case that, so 97 schools this year, I put us into program improvement, but next year it's going to be 120. And that's the nature, by the way, of these definitions of program improvement. This is coming right out of No Child Left Behind. And the bar keeps getting moved every year. And so eventually, every school and every district will be in program improvement, according to No Child Left Behind. We are entering, we have entered program improvement as a district later than most of the other large urban districts, but that's because the bar keeps getting moved and eventually we all get put in. So rather than focus on, oh my God, we're a failing district, because every district, every public school under No Child Left Behind, which I believe is something that's an attack on public education rather than a support for public education, wants to define every public school as a failure. So rather than buy into that, I think the core of our strategy is to say we have things that are so clearly working at many of our schools, and really within every school we've got programs and efforts that are showing very clear results in terms of improved student achievement, and so we want to learn from what's working and we want to expand what's working. That's a really important thing to do, but we shouldn't have a situation where, and I'm not sure, who developed the document that Ms. Jackson, passed out here, but we shouldn't have a situation where people at school sites believe that this is a plan for the central office and that the central office is not talking to folks at the school sites, because the whole strategy at places, is how do we work together? How do we focus on what we know works? How do we make sure that we expand that? So we're doing that in every school and with all of our kids. I'm disturbed. I have to say, and I absolutely, support the incredible work, of the staff to put this together. However, I am disturbed by the fact that here tonight, as we're being asked to take action, to support the plan, we've got our district advisory committees that are coming forward and saying we haven't had a chance to get into this plan. We haven't had a chance to dialogue. I mean, I think the comments from Ms. Albritton on the CAC are very detailed and have to be analyzed and looked at by staff, but not just separately. I think that has to be done together. So I think we're absolutely on the right track in making this plan go forward. I think that we're also, I absolutely agree with Ms. Jackson that the focus has to be on improvement at the school sites. And I think that's what this plan is intending to do, but it seems like we have to have more communication. And that's the theme as we always always return to. And so I would amend, President Evans' motion to say, I support the plan. I wanted to move forward, but we have more communication work to do before I think we should have a final vote. And so my amendment would be to direct the superintendent and the staff to go and work with our district advisory committees, absolutely translate the plan so our non-English speaking parents have a chance to get into it. Let's do the work that we need to do to bring the district together around a strategy that is absolutely the right way to go. But let's not divide ourselves because we are saying, well, we're in a rush and we need to improve the plan, and other people who have questions about it or concerns about it, well, we just got to not listen to you. I'm tired of doing that. That's not what this district should be doing. It's not what any of us, I think, want to be doing. And so I understand that going back and having more communication is going to delay this. I'm not sure, and I'd like to get feedback, obviously, from the staff on what the implications of a delay mean in terms of what we owe the state when. But I think we need to do it. We're on the right track with this plan. We're on the right track in the district, but we have to do the communication that we need to do, and we need to stop putting ourselves in this position. It was the same thing, last week or 2 weeks ago with the career technical education requirements. We have to stop putting ourselves in this position that when we're ready to take action, people who are passionately interested in working to improve what we're doing in this district have to come forward and say, I don't understand it. I've got concerns about it. I haven't had a chance to participate.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. The amendment to the motion? Okay. And I want to comment on that I think it's important when we're talking about communicating with the groups that we also be very clear about what a majority of the board has said. That we sat down at that particular workshop where this plan was presented, and we had 3 board members present who were very impressed and very enthusiastic about how this really, it wasn't a $9.7 million plan, it was a total district budget plan about how it fits in to what we were doing. And so it wasn't the tail wagging the dog, we're going to take this little bit and we're going to try to get these little changes. We had this big picture of what we were trying to accomplish in the entire district, and this was just going to supplement it and implement some of it with one-time funds. But I think it needs to be very clear that there is very strong board support for that plan versus some completely different way of dispersing the money. I understand that there can be legitimate concerns from the advisory groups who have spoken, and we need to dialogue back and forth about that. But I think it needs to be very clear that this plan, as it was presented, we were at this workshop, this is not a central office versus schools proposal at all. And if you go through this and see what the items are, whether it's the training for the teachers, the learning opportunities after school, the time for teachers to have out of the classroom to participate in professional learning communities, the summer and extended programs, these are all directly designed to help at the school and to help students. And I think when the whole consultant issue was run up the flagpole, I have been one from the beginning to say we need to get rid of outside consultants and contracts, and we have done that by millions of dollars. We have to realize also, though, when we're in program improvement, there is a requirement by the state, is my understanding, that we contract with somebody and we get their input in terms of developing the very best possible plan. So that's a tiny portion of the money. It's a necessary part that we need to spend. And I also object very strongly to the idea of making this into an issue of kids versus adults. This happens a lot out in the public when people are bashing teachers or school employees, whatever, saying it's about the employees and what they want versus the kids. We cannot educate our kids, we cannot care for our kids without having competent adults working with them. The better that we are improving the adults, the better we are helping the kids. So it's the idea that we can just sort of hand something to kids and they're going to learn I don't think is a reasonable way to do it. It's not a central office versus schools. It's not an issue about consultants. It's not about kids versus adults. It's taking. I was very excited when we heard this plan that we took the vision that we have been working on for the last few years in the district and finding a way to implement it and making these funds and the state and federal requirements fit with what we want to do, and I think we can discuss about what are the time frames and so forth. I mean, I think everything we do, academic, budget, everything comes under the crunch in terms of what are the consequences of waiting and moving forward and so forth. I think we found on the CTE issue that when we had that up for a vote and we said, well, let's refine it and take it out to the public, and we did, and we came up with a very clear decision that everybody felt good about. But we did not, it was not entirely throwing out the program or anything. It was the issue about one particular requirement. And so the same thing here. We have an excellent plan that's developed. I'm also concerned when we have Ms. Jackson, when there are items here. Earlier in the day we received a letter from an anonymous concerned person about how we're spending money in the district. This says this is information from people at school sites, but there are no names attached to it. And I think when people, just like the people who have come up and stood up and put their name behind something, if you really believe in something, you really need to stand up and speak about it and not do it through anonymous notes. So that's my opinion about this, and I don't know if there's other comments.
The person that sent this to me did give me their names. I chose not to.
So this is from one person?
No, it's from a school and the school staff and their PTA. They reviewed it and they sent me these notes. But I chose not to include their names with it. Okay, because what I didn't want was any school being singled out because of what they're saying. So I was the one who did not include their name. They did include their name.
you think there would be a problem with their name being included? I mean, if they don't want to, that's their right. But
no, I chose not to, and
okay.
I don't want to put their name out there because right now some of the feelings is that the principals know. Okay, some of the feelings is that the principals and staff work for the deputy and the superintendent. They are not in a position, once they have put out a document that says this is what we believe should happen, to go opposition to that. So I don't want to put any school personnel in a position where they're saying that they are going against what the superintendent and staff is recommending. What I will say is that I support the recommendation that we delay this and we have more conversations, and I think when you have more conversations, more of those teachers and principals will be around the table to share their information. But I was the one who chose not to give their names. Thank you.
I'd be interested in hearing from the superintendent and the deputy, and either one of you want to comment.
I certainly understand the need for communications and for ensuring that there is good feedback, and I can support going forward with additional conversation, and we'll just tell CDE that we're going to have a little bit more time doing this, Ron, to make it as complete a document as possible. But like you, President Evans, I believe this is a plan, and for all the criticism you want to talk about it, a plan is a piece of paper that moves to implementation. And as I go through that, it is not about the central office. $2 million district-wide for a learning upgrade. After 2 to 3 years, we've proven that this is a successful intervention. And does that money reside at the central office? No. That's a burden off the school budgets to pay for those licenses. $2.3 million for the rollout of A to G. That's money that is a burden that's taken away from the high schools because we're transitioning for the graduation class of 2016. Summer school, a critical intervention for high vulnerable, high-risk kids. A burden taken off the high schools and the middle schools that will be placed. So when you do the dissection and you add up this money is a relief off the schools because it's directly impacting the academic excellence of kids. It is about kids. And the idea that we need professional development and curriculum development for core standards of the future, absolutely we need them. That provides for a more skilled counselor, teacher, or administrator to ensure kids are positively impacted. And yes, we need to do so. We need to bring the Common Core standards to this district. And we can't do so by just reading the books. It has to be about training the development of people. This is a people profession. It's adults that lead kids to a positive experience in classrooms across this district. And that's what this is all about, a sweeping, enduring, innovative process.
Okay, and just to clarify with Mr. Barrera and Mr. Beiser in terms of the amendment, my understanding in terms of supporting this would be that we have a plan that has been developed by the staff and has been, vetted with board members, and that the idea is to have communication with various advisory groups and other student, teacher, and other groups throughout the district, presenting that plan and getting their feedback and going back and forth about that, as opposed to just having some open-ended discussion that starts at zero.
Absolutely, and in a timely manner, so that we can get something into the state. Yeah.
Okay. If there are no more comments, well, please speak, Mr. Weiser.
I feel sometimes, President Evans, I need to raise my hand to get your attention.
I think my vision is more this way.
I think that Ms. Jackson makes a very good point that we have got to make sure that we're pushing the resources in the school district down to the sites and to support the individual schools that are in program improvement. And I think that's a very valid point. And in taking into consideration and taking a step back and seeing how are these resources being allocated and will they benefit those 97 schools in PI, I think the answer is that a lot of it will, and in a very positive way. At the last time that this item came before the board, I had specifically spoke to the idea of $1 to $2 million was going to be allocated for counselor hours And I had brought up the point, why don't we just take that money and hire an extra counselor for every high school so we can reduce the student to counselor ratio? And it was mentioned at that meeting 2 weeks ago that, yeah, we could look at that. And I'd like us to do more than just look at it. I'd like us to do it. Because it doesn't make sense to say, okay, we're going to cut the counseling staff at a high school from 5 counselors to 4, but we're going to let those 4 work extra overtime every day to make up the slack. Why don't we just use the money to keep that 5th counselor so that they can maintain their current student to counselor ratio, or whatever that is? That just seems to make sense to me. And so I hope that we will do more than just think about that as a specific way of supporting schools and impacting the workload of counselors that are helping those high school students with their A through G requirements and the 4-year plans. Also, I would really like to see a lot more research and evidence to prove different strategies are effective. For example, maybe when on the plan, when we identify learning upgrade, on the right column, we could reference specific data or research that proves evidence that this is an effective strategy for students. That just seems to make sense to me. I know that is something that is required in some school site plans, that for every site in the school site plans, you have an action or an allocation of resources or a dedication focus of the staff, and that in one column on the right side, there's a footnote or evidence citing a specific research study that calls that out, and that there's evidence that strategy has been proven effective at increasing student learning somewhere. And I know that we've been, specifically with learningupgrade.com, I know that we have been piloting this program in the school district since 2005. And I'm so excited that we finally decided to roll it out this current school year. I'm also eagerly awaiting the data that will show, where we can take a look student by student and compare how many hours students were on this RTI program and what was the growth in their CST score for math or English, and how many hours were they on the math program, how many hours were they on the English program. So I'm looking very excited about that. One of the questions that I do have about Learning Upgrade is it only goes up to Algebra 1. But yet we're still buying licenses for thousands of high school students that never use it. Why?
I can share that we're in conversation with the person who created Learning Upgrade, because not only does it not go past Algebra 2, but it also
Algebra 1.
Excuse me, does not hit the early primary grades as well. So there are gaps on either end. So it doesn't hit Algebra 2, and so that's something. Or geometry, or anything past that initial 9th grade Algebra 1 course.
Right.
So currently, the creator is in the process of looking at, he has models that he's doing to extend it upward, and we're still in discussion about the early grades.
Is there any way to make sure that we're not buying licenses for students that aren't taking, for all the students in geometry and above? Is there any way for us to not buy licenses for those thousands of kids and save money, and maybe use that as an incentive for Learning Upgrade to roll out the geometry and roll out an Algebra 2 support program for those kids sooner?
We can certainly work with our IT department and our contracts department to contact them to negotiate what we can do.
Okay.
We have certainly been in the same conversation.
Okay, great. And then the other thing that I really need to make a very strong point of is that a lot of people need to realize that educational programs are people. If you go and you want to look at the music program at a school, it is a music teacher teaching kids how to play an instrument. If you want to go to a school and you want to know what is their bilingual ed program, it's a teacher, engaging kids. If you want to know what is our health and welfare program, it's nurses in schools, it's people. So the fact that these resources are going towards people is essential to understanding the reality that in a school district, programs are people. And that's how we help kids to succeed. Whether they're teachers, paraeducators, support staff, counselors, nurses, these are all people making a difference in these kids' lives every day. So I'm not going to criticize the program for allocating millions of dollars towards staff that are essential and vital for these educational programs. Thank you.
Okay, just to say, Ms. Reddy, before I'm going to call on you again. Do you have one more comment? Okay, now we'll go second round. Okay, Ms. Jackson.
Okay, first, certainly, I appreciate the feedback from people. My comments is really that and I agree with Richard, we should not do anything just to satisfy the state. We have to do a comprehensive look at what's good for our district. My point in offering options was to get people to look at things a little bit different. Those schools spend a lot of time developing those single-site plans. There may be items in there that should be actually in here. Okay, so we really have to look at what is working at the school sites, because there are schools that are doing a lot of wonderful things that don't bubble up. And the comment about Learning Upgrade is a great one, because we've had it for a while, and I know that we struggle to fund it sometimes in our particular area, and thank goodness now we're talking about doing it district-wide. But certainly there are lots of other little programs around the district that are showing success for certain groups of students. And so when we look at why we're in program improvement, what does it take to move us out? And so my point is not that. My point is that we need to look at things differently and not just rush to approve this comprehensive plan the way it is. And so I don't want people to think I'm trying to divide the board, but I want the board and the superintendent and staff to know that we need to bring people together and not just kind of pass things by them, because it did sound great. When they gave it to me, it did sound great. But my question then was, if we're getting $100,000 per school, do the schools get a little bit? So certainly, sometimes when you give us information, for me, it inspires me to ask more questions. That's what teachers teach their students to do. Okay?
Okay, we're going to keep asking questions. Okay, and I just want to make a comment, too, about program improvement, because as Mr. Barrera said, the No Child Left Behind law was basically set up to you need to get to here and swim towards us, and now it's here, and now it's here, and now it's here, and it's here. It was set up so that eventually every school district, every public school in the country would be in program improvement, every district. And if you want to get conspiratorial about that, maybe some people are interested in creating a private system in this country rather than a public system. It was a really an impossible to achieve thing. So our overarching goal, and certainly what I believe is, as a district, is not simply to get out of program improvement. Our goal is to tremendously improve the education in this district. And when there are funds that come through because we are in program improvement and so forth, we need to utilize those to really get our district at a much higher level, and we will fulfill the state and federal requirements to get there. But that's a means to an end. And our end is not to be out of program improvement. Our end is to be one of the best school systems in the country that's really producing results for students. And we've gone over all the issues of how to different ways to spend the money and divide it up and so forth. And that's why I think this comprehensive approach is better than the school site allocation approach. Right. We can disagree and still be friendly.
If I could just comment, I've been sitting here a little bit biting my tongue.
Okay. Were you raising your hand too?
I was raising my hand.
My vision only goes this far.
I just want to say that we recognize that at a time when we are losing fundamentals, that it does seem illogical to, at this point, go in and do some of the extras, or at least things that shouldn't be extras but feel like extras. So I think within that context, this discussion becomes much more emotional and upsetting and difficult. But that being said, I want to just hope that we leave here with the idea that it is, as Mr. Beiser mentioned, about people. We have witnessed with the discussions about budget cuts the tremendous talent and intellectual capacity of our people and all the good ideas that we get from all of our people. And we also recognize that if we give our people the opportunity to sit together and talk about how to close the achievement gap at the site and look at the data as is described in the plan, that's the only way it's going to happen. And we hear a lot about programs, and some are good and some are not, but alone a program is nothing.
Right.
And so I just want to leave here with that recognition of looking at the faces here that are looking at something much more severe than this wonderful opportunity to use one-time money to develop our people more. Because we're also looking at people who may not be here, which is a very different conversation, but it does make this whole conversation seem difficult and light. And lastly, I also just want to say that I appreciate the corrections, I guess, of Mr. Page and Moira, because continually they have come and emphasized that we put people first, not only in the language, but also in the conversation. And so people first is a critical thing that I take away from this discussion. So I wouldn't want to leave here without emphasizing the importance of really letting good people do their job.
Okay, Mr. Brewer, you have to speak now because otherwise it'll be unbalanced.
Call the question.
Okay. Please vote. Okay, that passes 4-0. And just to clarify that we have said that we want the superintendent to meet with the advisory groups, present the plan that we have, and get their feedback and refine it from there in as quick a manner as reasonable to do a good job.
I move item G2, please.
Okay, moving on to item G2.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve item G2. Please vote. This just has to do with board member absences if no one has a sheet. Unfortunately, the button is not working. Okay, please vote. Okay, that passes 4-0. Item H1, reappointment of representatives to the CAC for special education, which we were just talking about tonight.
Second.
So, okay, please vote. Okay, that one passes with 3 votes. Let's vote again and see if all the buttons are working. I think if you press it too soon, it doesn't work. Okay, that passes 4-0, and now we have the finance monthly update with Mr. Little.
Do we have any money?
We just ran out of money. The power is going off in 20 minutes.
Good evening, Superintendent Koba, Board President Evans, Board Trustees. This evening, I'm going to be presenting the update for the March financials. Given our full agenda, I'm just going to go through the slides fairly quickly, and then you could ask questions at the end or as we go along. This first slide, represents the total general fund. Currently, our budget without reserves is $1.1 billion. Year to date, we spent about 69% of our budget, leaving our fund balance a negative $30 million. You'll note in February we had a positive fund balance. In March, we have a negative. We did receive our major apportionments in December and January. With the current deferment schedule, we're not expecting to receive any more major apportionments until the summer. So we're anticipating for the fund to continue to be negative for the next couple of months because our expenditures right now are outweighing the revenues that we are booking on a monthly basis. At year end, we will be booking what we call accruals for any revenues that we have not yet received. So anything that has been deferred until the summer or until next year, we'll book the receivables. So at June year end, we will look positive. But for now, we're going to be showing negative until we close the books at the year end.
So how are those being covered in the meantime?
So this doesn't reflect the cash view.
Okay.
So that's later in the presentation.
Okay,
yeah. So this is just budget to expenditures.
Okay.
The cash is a different view.
Okay.
This next slide is a comparison year over year of the general fund. You'll notice at the top, our revenues for this year are about $30 million less than last year. As you may recall, the jobs bill last year received about $20 million, and last year we also received the SDA funding 2 years, about $18 million. The state has sunset that program. We have no funding for it, so that reflects the majority of our decrease in revenues. On the expenditure side, total general fund, we're down about $18 million. You'll notice that the majority of the expenditure decrease is at general fund restricted. As I mentioned, because of the federal stimulus funding, like the jobs bill, the ARA funds, the SFSF, our expenditure spending has gone down this year. And additionally, with the drop in revenues, that has also caused our decrease in expenditures. On the unrestricted side, our expenditures reflect an increase of $14 million. What that is the CERT payment. That's our early retirement incentive program. The first 2 years of the CERP we paid for restricted using the stimulus funding that the federal government approved. In year 3, we had to pay for it out of the unrestricted side, so you'll notice that our expenditures have gone up by that $14 million. And also, that's one of the reasons the general fund restricted. The expenditures are down 31, 14 of that is the CERP. The next slide, this reflects the ending balances as of March 31st for all of our funds. So you'll notice the general fund are negative $30 million. Our capital funds currently are tracking with all positive fund balances. You'll notice under the special revenue funds, the child development fund is currently negative by $3 million. Last month we were about $5 million negative, or $6 million negative. We did receive about $5 million in payments for that fund, and in April we're expecting to receive about $2 million. So we're still going to be negative. And as you may recall, when Ron Little was presenting the February financial results, one of the slides did talk about we do have a potential risk for the Child Development Fund of about $1.3 million. We are continuing to track that and working with the program to help mitigate that risk. But for now, we are still having a negative fund balance as we try and catch up with those payments as well. This slide reflects the cash flow. So as you'll note, we are expecting to have a positive cash flow for the remaining 3 months. We are expecting to receive a larger property tax payment in April than previously projected. So that is why we're showing a higher balance than what we were reflecting last month. And additionally, in June, it's slightly lower than last month because we were expecting additional payments that we received earlier in April and May. This slide reflects the year-to-date expenditure totals. The top section is unrestricted. The bottom section is restricted. You'll note that we are on track pretty much with our salaries. You'll notice our benefits and also are on track as we expected. We are a little bit more favorable on the books and supplies and the services and other contracts. We typically have higher spend rate in April and May as we get to year end. This currently reflects actuals only, so as we receive the goods in April and May and pay the invoices, then the actuals will catch up. And same as the restricted, we are slightly behind in our books and supplies and services and other operating expenditures. That is due to several restricted resources like our restricted routine maintenance and our books and supplies. I think one of the agenda items earlier tonight, you approved $3 million for textbook adoption, so that will count towards our books and supplies. We continue to analyze the variances on those books and supplies and services budgets. This slide reflects the year-over-year expenditure comparison. Again, on the top section reflects the unrestricted. So you'll note that we are trending about even with our certificated and classified salaries. Our employee benefits are higher than last year, again, because of the $14 million CERT payment flip-flopping between the restricted and the unrestricted this year. On the restricted side, we are expending less this year on the salaries, primarily due because of those positions that had previously been paid for by the stimulus funding, which is now expired. And then also the employee benefits is less by that $14 million CERT payment. This slide reflects our major restricted funded programs. It provides the breakdown between the schools and the central office spend. You'll notice from last month that we have been able to expend more of those funds as we get closer to the year. This again reflects actuals. It doesn't reflect any encumbrances. And then this is just a summary of our financial updates for the remainder of the year. We will be coming back on May 15th with a third interim financial report. And on May 29th, we'll be providing a readout based on the governor's May revise. And June 19th will be our first reading of the budget adoption. And then on June 26th will be our final budget adoption. Questions?
Amy, thank you for that update. What I want to call the board's attention to is how time compressed it becomes in the second half of May. Regrettably, we're at the mercy of when the governor issues his May revise, and then the follow-on to that is the Department of Finance, California Department of Education, and some of the other experts in Sacramento have to translate the high-level language into specifics, drill them down into impacts for school districts. So we'll be running a good amount between the second half of May and the first part of June. And what's different about this year is that there's a third interim report that we have to submit to the county because of our qualified status, along with 1/4 of all the school districts in the county that are going to be doing that. So it's going to be a challenge, but working very closely between the schools, central office, and the community, we will get there. And you can see that the cash flow issues that are played out at the state level by delayed payments and deferred amounts create havoc on our ability to properly cover programs, and it's just a reality that we need to deal with very closely.
Yes, Mr. Brewer.
Thanks, Amy. I just want to, I don't know if there are any more questions or comments on the presentation. I just want to take a minute and recognize the work of Ron Little. Ron has guided our district through, I'm sure, the most difficult, financial period in our history, and it doesn't always make you a popular guy. But I would say, as a board member, our ability to have faith in our numbers and to get our questions answered in a clear, straightforward way that we can trust is you've been able to do that in a way that we needed to get to into this district. And so you're leaving the district in better shape than when you came, and I think we all owe you a debt of gratitude for your work. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Amy. And I just wanted to add on to that this actually monthly financial report is really a testimony to that. I know when I came on the board a few years ago, we were questioning about the whole budget process, and there would $40 million would be allocated to a particular part of the district, and at the beginning of the year when this was allocated in the budget, and then it seemed like there was something about just writing a bunch of checks during the year, and then at the end of the year it comes out to 38 or 47 or whatever number, and there just didn't seem to be a lot of rhyme or reason. And then the other thing we were saying was we find out, it's sort of like at the end of the year we find out what our balance is, and we've got millions more or less or whatever than we expected. And so this whole thing here of saying we want to know month to month, where are we, and we're gathering data now from year to year, where should we be at this point, what did we project, what has happened, so we can see some differences. If we budgeted this much for transportation and fuel, but it spiked up, and we know now, we can just see really clearly what's going on with that. I think what you pointed out in the presentation in terms of why certain things were up or down, these were actually things that we can understand. I think it's a real challenge, and I think that Mr. Little has done a great job at this, is in terms of presenting financial information in a way that can be understood. Because obviously, as lay people and coming on the board without being financial experts, that's the sort of information we need. Someone who can really get into the weeds and figure it out and then explain it to us in a way that we can really understand. So this is just one example of it, and I think we have a real good base for continuing on. I think that Mr. Little has set a very high bar for whoever follows him, and we really appreciate what you've done. Okay, let's move along on the agenda. Which is the technology report. Mr. Lagasse, for operational expectations.
Come on up, Daryl. This is the update on operational expectation number 8 for technology.
Right. So obviously the highlights, what's important.
Yep, the highlights, what's important. We're bringing it forward with noted exceptions in areas 8.2 and 8.6, and I'll talk about those as I go through it. I would like to highlight a couple of things as we go right to 8.2, which really focuses on our ability to have a reliable system in place from a network standpoint, from a service level standpoint, as well as from a fault tolerance standpoint. And the areas we've excelled in this section this year are incredible. Our data networking and telecom team have converted and upgraded literally every one of our schools' networks. The elementaries went from 50 megabits to 100 megabits. The middle schools went from 50 megabits to a gigabit, as well as our high schools from 100 to a gigabit. All during that upgrade process, our network uptime exceeded our SLA of 99.8. We were at 99.9. Just a testament to the team that's working on the project, along with the contractors that are helping us. The other highlight in this area is the fact of the service that we do provide to our teachers, our support staff, and all of our departments. We logged 31,000 tickets to date for these services. Our help desk has done an incredible job of revamping the way they handle the calls. We're closing more calls on the first call so the customer doesn't have to wait or have to wait for us to call them back. Our network support team, a small group of people maintaining about 80,000 computers out there, is just doing incredible. The 4 or 5 additional people behind them are our computer repair shop that are actually doing the repairs quickly as they can for those out of warranty things. So I think that the team is doing a really good job here. Where we fall short is still in that high risk area. We have one data center. We've had the conversations for a few years now about the situation we're in. We've had a lot of dialogue back and forth. We've had a lot of opinions back and forth. I just want to continue to point out it's a critical risk for us. We do plan to bring some things to you in the next board meeting or two that will be some proposals. It is the area and the reason why we are not able to say we're compliant here, and the sole area, and one we can't ignore. So we'll keep focusing on it, and hopefully we'll strike the right balance. Looking at section 8.3, talking about the proficiency expectations for staff, I just want to highlight some things that Barbara Allen's team has done this year with our ed tech department. Not only have we shifted our model to delivering support at the schools, not asking them to always come to a center location, but we've pulled together a group of digital lead teachers. We now have, I think, less than 10 schools that don't have a digital lead teacher. So this is a core person. We now have a very large site-based capacity building group that are coming together, working together, and kind of extending all of the work that we're doing at the site level. So it's pretty incredible work that's happening there. We've also focused a lot of training survey data on where we are with classified staff. As you know, we started the school year with lots of folks shifting, getting into positions that they hadn't held for a long time, sitting down at a new program. It's a challenge for us. It's an area we have to keep supporting, and it's an unfortunate challenge as a result of all the cuts that we're going through. Shifting quickly down to 8.4, really that realistic vision of technology, where we're headed as a 21st century school district. There's a lot of attachments. I'm not going to go through them, but they really show the hard work that has gone on to implement I-21. We're in 60% of our classrooms at the end of this year. That's a huge statement. 61% of our core classrooms have been converted. There's a link to a great video. If you have time to watch it at some point, it's about 7 minutes long. It really talks about where we can go when you see the logo, the 10 middle schools, what they're doing. It's pretty impressive. I'll jump down to section 8.5, the point of using our systems to engage our parents and our community. We've seen a number of things that we've implemented over the years. Our district website is just stellar, the communications office, as well as all the schools that have converted over and are updating it on a regular basis. You'll see in there a chart, 17 million hits to the district's website this year, so it's huge. We've broken it down by each area, the district, the staff, the board, so you can see where they're starting and where they're ending up throughout the year. We talk a lot about and have talked before about ConnectEd. That's our tool that communicates both voice and text. Just 4.5 million calls made this year, just huge numbers out there. We talk about Parent Connect and Student Connect. That's our Zangle online gradebook, if you will. We know it isn't the optimum program. We know we're in a student system that we're getting rid of, but you see some of the reports that we have. We have over 949 logins to Student Connect and about 316,000 logins to Parent Connect. It's a tool that's primarily been focused on middle and high schools. The replacement system we're looking at right now, we're in the process of reviewing the top contenders for a new system. I guarantee you we will be able to use this in our elementary schools. It has iPad apps. The choices are coming to us today are so incredible compared to what we have with the Zangle system. So there's a reason for the disparity there, but we're certainly going to track that. Reporting out a little bit on Naviance, that is kind of really the tool that helps our students plan and prepare for college as well as apply for college online. Many colleges using one application. We also ship off their transcript electronically to these colleges. You can see the work. We're in a 3-year plan. I believe that Dr. Fulcher provided some background data on where we were with that, but we're making progress there as well.
Yes, he is. I'm going to let him finish, and then I'll come back to that particular item.
I'm almost done, so I won't take much more of the time. The last one I wanted to highlight is 8.6 that is not in compliance, and I have to tell you, it has a lot to do with access and ready access to data. I think if I had it to do over again, if I had to resubmit it, I'd tell you this was in compliance right now, because I'll tell you what we did. We've built an infrastructure, we've launched a platform, we've retrained staff on how to get data differently. We've worked with our finance office to help do a lot of that work, and we have a vetted plan from Gartner for the next 5 years of how we're going to continue to improve that. So certainly if I can't change it today, I'd like to bring it back at the next one and tell you this is in compliance so that we really have the one area that we're focusing on. The last two, I won't highlight. The data's there for you. So.
Okay, let's see if we have any questions. I'll start on this side. Mr. Beiser? No, Ms. Jackson. I just had to give him a chance.
Okay.
My head gets turned this way.
All right. Okay. Let's go back to 8.5. And let me say this. When I'm asking questions, I'm not trying to make anyone look bad or feel bad. I'm trying to get people to continue to do the right thing or think differently. And my comments right now about this item is the Naviance program. And first of all, to the staff, I thank you for providing all the information this weekend. I had a great weekend reading through it and compiling it and preparing my second round of questions. And my comments really is not about the fine work that you're doing. I think your IT department is doing great work. My comments certainly, and to the superintendent, to the board, is how we roll things out. And so, to make a long story short, in reviewing my board packet, I guess it was Thursday or Friday, what I noticed in the Naviance program was there was very low entries for some of the schools in the southern part of the district. And as I asked the principals, one of them happened to be at Morris, and what they had said was they had been trying to upload their program and they hadn't gotten it loaded into the system, which caused me to ask the IT department and the counseling department, how is this program being rolled out? So they gave me these documents over the weekend and charts and stuff to look at, and these were additional questions that I asked and my concerns. The first question was certainly around the quest that Naviance, that's what we're asking for A through G. And so my question again was, we just approved money for A through G, and I'm trying to understand why do we have to approve the additional funding when once this is up and running, it's doing what we asked it to do, which was getting those students ready for college. The rollout comes back to my question. I always, 8 years, ask what schools. So this weekend, as I compiled the data to look at what schools had all of their Naviance programs up and running, the following schools had theirs up and running. That was Claremont, La Jolla, Madison, Mira Mesa, Mission Bay, Patrick Henry, Point Loma, Sarah, and University City. And so, of course, my question was, how was this arrived at? And so I was told that this was part of Cohort 1 who piloted the course, which is why I asked earlier who's piloting our dashboards. Because it seems to be, to me, in this district, that when it comes to implementing new programs, we start in the northern part and roll it south. Okay, and we did that in the beginning of I-21. We fixed it the next year and we reversed it. But my thing is that it shouldn't be a north or a south. It should be that we look and say we need to have representation across the district to see how programs are going to respond on different platforms so we can fix them as we're going. So certainly my comment back to the staff is that, we know that there may be glitches in the system, but when we're rolling out programs, it have to be done, fairly in this district. And I'm not getting that sense of that. This is probably the third or fourth time that I've asked what schools are we starting programs in, and it hasn't been schools where I would say the need is great. And I'm saying the need is great because in our A through G review, independent review, the schools that are missing or are having that struggle seem to be the prime target for this Naviance. The other concern that I have was that you seem to be going site by site uploading their courses. And my question was, we sit here every year and we approve a course calendar for the entire school district. And what I said to the superintendent is that is our foundation. That is our A through G foundation. And I'm not understanding why that whole, at least the baseline courses for our high schools should not be loaded in there already rather than going site to site. Why not have loaded the whole thing in and then you're not worried about a Morris or a Lincoln or a Crawford or a San Diego High or a Kearney that is not in the system. So I got some answers back, and they said we're going site by site, and we're working on this. And then they said this is high schools. Well, I'm sorry to say, they said it was high schools, but in my homework, you gave me middle schools, okay? And the following middle schools have Naviance up and running. And so it is concerning to me that De Portolas is up and running, Farb is almost up and running, Marshall is up and running, Pacific Beach is up and running, and Stanley is up and running. But we still have high schools that are not up and running. And so I'm saying this because, and I keep saying to the superintendent, at the executive level, it's not about who raises their hand first and say, try me, let me be the one to pilot it. It's about us saying that we want to make sure that we have things on different platforms across the district.
Okay, Ms. Jackson.
Okay, thank you.
Done?
Sorry.
Oh, you just finished just in time. Okay.
Put the timer on.
Okay. My own timer. Okay.
If I could, John, Trustee Jackson and I had that conversation, and we're going to come back with a full report on schedules and uploads to make sure that we understand where we are, where we're going, and how we're prioritizing.
Okay, on item 8.2, you mentioned about the data center. That's pretty key to being able to meet that objective.
Absolutely.
Is that correct? Yeah. And when's that going to... I know it's been brought up before, and it's been a difficult topic. When are we going to...
So I have a feeling we're looking at either the next board meeting or the following one, bringing some recommendations to you.
Okay. And then one other question, which has to do when I think I came on the board, and I think Mr. Barnett brought it up when he came on the board. So I'm not sure if there's been any progress in this, but as far as the forms, just a basic thing about the multiple forms that parents fill out for their children, 7 different times, their name and address and emergency contact and so forth. Are we doing that at all online, or is that partly online? Or
so we're that's part of our SIS replacement. So that was in the RFP to include a completely online registration process, both for re-enrollments as well as new enrollments. It made no sense once we found out the fate of our Zangle system to do any development in that. We kind of had to step back and just say, we'll make sure it's part of the new system. The good news is we're seeing promising components within the people that have floated to the top, and they know that's a number one priority for us. So the way we'll roll this out, we'll start the school year next year in Zangle, because you don't want to start a school year in a new system and try to get kids scheduled and in classes. And then we'll convert them onto the new system. So unfortunately, the following year is the first year we get the experience of the online enrollment process. It's about as fast as we can go.
Okay, good. We're moving in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay, if there are no other comments,
I'll move approval.
Move approval with the noted exceptions.
Can we get one exception changed? 8.6?
Yes, please. With
the one you said was no longer
8.6 to
8.6
compliant.
To compliant.
Yeah. Currently compliant, so it's only 8.2.
Only 8.2,
which we've just discussed. Okay, and you second that, so please vote.
Thanks.
Okay, that passes 4-0.
Thank you, Daryl.
Let me just ask the board, we've been sitting here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Is there a need for a 7th inning stretch or not?
One more item?
We've got a rather lengthy item and then a few others after that.
Right.
So if we take a break, it's literally going to be for 5 minutes. And then we will, so I will time my clock. 40 people are going to be speaking after the meeting is over, assuming they're all still here. Okay. Okay, I'll wait 30 seconds. Thank you for your patience. We will now continue the meeting, and we are going to the next item on the agenda, which is the resolution in the matter of the reduction of the elimination of classified services. And I will turn it over to the superintendent for the staff presentation. Then after that, we will have public comment, and then we will move to board discussion.
To provide the background, I'm going to ask Deputy Superintendent for Business Phil Stover to provide opening comments.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba. Tonight, we face a terrible task. In order to meet our $122 million budget deficit for 12-13, we have to reduce a significant number of positions in the classified service. In cutting for next year, we are cutting our expenses for the 6th year in a row. Including the $122 million we have to cut for next year, we will have eliminated, transferred expenses, or reduced our balances by over $550 million. Since the mid-year cut of 07-08, which was, off the top of my head, $53 million, then 93, next year was 90, next year 135, next year 80, and now we're looking at $122 million. It's a devastating reduction to our district in terms of available resources. Tonight we're looking at 975 positions that have to be reduced, and that equals about 740 FTEs. On our classified side, we have fewer full-time people than in the certificated side, so it's more people than it is positions because we have so many part-time folks. This number does include 385 positions related to our CDC program that we've discussed earlier. We may be facing a potential 50% reduction in our funding from the state for that program. Therefore, prudence demands that we notice CDC employees, 385 positions, because of the possibility that those cuts will actually come to pass. We hope not, certainly, but we have to do it right now. We are asking you, the board, to make the decision this evening because we need to send out notices to all those who are impacted by these position reductions by Friday. Now, there's three factors driving these cuts. First of all, the reductions that we made in our X factor at the site level, where school sites made certain decisions in a very, very limited pool of money. Secondly, they come from the solutions that we identified in the remaining portion of the $122 million budget deficit. And thirdly, the CDC potential cuts. And I say that's potential because we don't know for sure what's going to happen there. We recognize and acknowledge that our classified staff is the backbone of our district. They support everything that happens in the classroom and everything that happens instructionally. We acknowledge the negative impact of the loss of those positions, but we believe that this must be done. After all these years of budget cuts, we believe there is no other choice. I want to introduce Dr. Anisha Dalal, one of our HR officers, who will come and provide you more specifics and more detail regarding what we have to do.
Good evening, Board President Evans and Superintendent Koba and Board Trustees and other staff members. I want to just take a few moments to talk about the timeline that we've been working under and what's to come. On January 17th, the circular was posted informing managers and supervisors about the process for submitting classified reductions and eliminations. They had until March 30th to enter that information into our online tool, PeopleSoft. And these reductions and eliminations would become effective July 1st, 2012. Also on March 30th, we began holding vacancies that could be potentially affected by this bumping and layoff. Since that time, since March 30th, the human resources staff under the leadership of Ms. Lett and the classified support team have been doing a fantastic job researching seniority status, bumping rights, and preparing all documents that you have in front of you today. On April 13th, the unions were notified of the reductions and eliminations in positions per contract. We adhere to the 7-workday notice. Today we have our board meeting to address this matter, and then the timeline is very intense following that. In the next few days, depending on the decision today, option notices will be mailed to affected employees via certified mail. They will have until May 11th to return those notices back to Human Resources. Also on May 11th, we have 2 informational meetings planned for any employee who is impacted by layoff. That'll be here in the Ed Center auditorium from 8 to 10 and 2 to 4. Want to make sure that we're transparent and present information to impacted employees and are as supportive in this process as possible. On May 25th, employees will be informed, will receive their assignment letters informing them of where they will be effective July 1st. A copy of those letters will also be sent to the supervisors so that they can inform their employees of their assignments as well. And those letters are due back to Human Resources by June 6th. Friday, June 29th is the last day that affected employees are in their current positions, and then July 1st is the first workday employees are in their new positions. It is the effective date of the reduction and elimination of classified positions, and then we also begin the recall process for any existing vacancies. Also in the documents that were provided to you was the fiscal impact. We've calculated an estimated savings of $38,786,000 in savings, but note that this doesn't include or factor in any new positions that may have been created. Also, the impact to district staffing, you've been provided that information. Classified managers, 8 positions, 5 vacant positions, 3 filled positions, confidentials, 2 FTEs, in the OTBS bargaining units, a total of about 268.5 FTEs, OSS 86 FTEs, and paraeducators, a total of 515 FTEs. And it's also important to note that 385 positions are from CDC alone. Are there any questions?
The CDC-related...
Is your microphone on?
The CDC-related eliminated positions, do you know what the breakdown is by the bargaining units?
I don't have the specific data, but I do know many of them are from OTBS and paraeducators from those two bargaining units. In particular, from OTBS, the Child Development Center clerks. And then it's actually in the data that was provided to you. And then in paraeducators, the Child Development Center assistants. And that's in the data that was provided to you. For each bargaining unit, on the first few pages, you'll see the filled positions that are up for reduction or elimination. Then you'll see the vacant positions in that same bargaining unit. So you have that data in the attachments.
Okay. If there are any questions right now, we may have some more questions a little bit later. Thank you, Anisha.
Thank you.
We will now move to public comment. Ms. Villaraigo, did you the ones that crossed off some of the names? Okay. Since we have several people speaking, I would not going to limit to 1 minute, but with 2 minutes. So when you see the yellow light come on, please try to wrap it up so the next person can speak and we can get to discussing this too. So these people can please come forward and speak in any order. Kay Smart, Sylvia Alvarez, Lance Wren, and Melissa Solis. So 2 minutes for each person, please.
Okay. Sylvia Alvarez, I'm chapter president for the Office Technical Business Services Unit. Mr. Stover, we met with you some months ago in discussions, and we were assured that when the X Factor, the budget books, or whatever you call them, we had concerns that positions were cut with no regard to how it was going to affect the student and how it was going to affect the site. If you look at your documents, I don't think your schools are going to be operable next year. Who do we hold accountable? Who said, oh, it's okay, cut La Jolla High School's site tech in half. Cut the registrars at high schools. Look at the list: clerk typists, school clerical assistants, elementary school assistants. We're bare bones now. Our people are overloaded, they're stressed, and the students are not being served. I don't know how, in good conscience, anybody could turn in those kinds of positions. It's ridiculous. The libraries will be closed. Our people we're already fighting to keep volunteers and people that shouldn't have access to student records out of the office. They're there. We're fighting for our people who are not trained to do health duties or do health tech duties or nursing duties. We can't do them. It's a liability. I think these cuts are going to end up costing you more than your savings. I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the classified staff across all 3 units that are here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Solis. I am a part-time library tech at Stanley Middle School right now. Last year I worked full-time in the library at San Diego High School by myself. There are close to 3,000 students and 6 schools at San Diego High School. This is a 3,000 to 1 ratio, use the exact enrollment. I don't have that. I am concerned that school library access is afforded to the few and not the many in this district. Libraries are inequitably staffed or not staffed at all. Shuttering our school libraries shutters opportunity. How many librarians remain in this district? If we want to increase literacy rates among 3rd graders, for instance, why are we closing their libraries? Another concern of mine is that impossible workloads will become the norm for classified staff in this district. I learned this firsthand at SDHS, where textbooks are distributed and exchanged 4 times a year, where in 2010 to 2011, 22,628 textbooks circulated. During our busiest month, 77 classes conducted library research. Yet year after year, the SDHS library is inadequately staffed. This has been going on for 10 years because there's no mandate for allocating classified staff based on student enrollment. We can do better than this. The historically underserved students at SDHS deserve a fair shot. Quality schools have quality school libraries. There's meaningful work to be done. Thank you.
Under the CDC that's being cut, there are 26 CDC attendants in the OSS bargaining unit. My name is Lance Wren. I'm the president of the Operations Support Services. When the district makes the decision to eliminate jobs in our divisions, we only hurt the ones who should be hurt the least, the children. A reduction of maintenance, custodial, warehouse, and landscape only hurts the children. When there are fewer workers to do the work, weeds will grow, buildings will not be maintained, books will not be delivered in a timely manner, and classrooms will be cleaned just once a week. We only hurt the children. We maintain that district staff has overprojected the deficit because that is what they've done in the past. I noticed during April past month, we overprojected the deficit. Just learned that just right now. But when funds are restored from the state, we demand that these crucial services be restored. As revenues come to the district from any source, we will be watching to make sure those monies are spent to restore jobs. Because when the services our workers provide to the children of San Diego are cut, we only hurt the children. And we have said over and over again, when cuts are made, they are not shared cuts. In this district, the highest paid supervisors and administrators do not get cut at the same rate as the lowest paid workers. We just want to know that if cuts are made, it is a fair share, not a full share. Also, when monies come in or are discovered, the restoration is a fair share. Maintenance workers, custodians, warehouse workers, landscapers, and all of support services are the backbone of this district. Without the classified worker, the district will not be able to provide a clean, safe environment for the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Deborah Ford, Elaine Sabetti, Brooke Benjamin, and Yvonne Lewis.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Ford. My address is on file. 10 years ago, I came to this district to accept the position of resource librarian at the IMC. Very quickly, I learned two things. One, libraries are optional, and two, so are the people who run them. 2 years ago, I came to speak to you on behalf of the district resource librarian position, a certificated position. Tonight, I want to talk to you about the classified. Most of our libraries are currently operated by classified staff, people who provide access to thousands of materials that support the Common Core standards, a place where students can learn the skills they need to succeed. The Instructional Materials Department is slated to lose 56% of its staff. They also provide equal access to instructional materials all across the district. Tonight's agenda item would also bring the number of closed libraries to almost half. Of the remaining 102, only 23 would be open full-time. How can we say that we are preparing all students to lead and participate in the society of tomorrow if they don't have access to the resources that will help them do that today? Most of the library staff works part-time, hardly making a living wage. Between what they spend on gas and what they buy for the libraries out of their own pockets, they practically pay to work here. Yet they work hours beyond their own pay. They love all the children because it matters to them. Tonight, the classified staff may feel like they don't matter. I want to tell you that they do. They matter to every child they reach. They make a difference to them. And sadly, it will make a difference to every child they never have the opportunity to reach. Let's prepare our students for tomorrow by keeping the resources that we have in these people today. Thank you.
Elaine Sabetti. My address also is on file. We're all here tonight because we value education. And I want to talk about something that is also valued by every San Diegan: money, specifically tax money. Prop MM tax money. You remember that little parcel tax that we voted for because we were promised that SDUSD would build a better district for our children? $1.5 billion of that money went to building 90 new libraries. Beautiful libraries filled with books using more tax monies. Libraries that our great-grandchildren will be paying for, but they won't be able to use if this board has their way. I thought it might be helpful for you and your constituents to get an idea of the millions of dollars being wasted by shuttering so many libraries. So I've compiled some data showing the estimated value of those closed library collections and facilities, over $40 million. It doesn't include the millions of dollars worth of textbooks housed in and circulated from these facilities. I found this fifth column particularly interesting. This column shows the percentage of elementary libraries closing in each sub-district. So you can see in District A, Mr. Evans, 42%, 42.86% of your elementary libraries will be closing. Mr. Beiser, in District B, 30.77% of your elementary libraries will be closed. Mr. Barnett is not here, but luckily only 25% of his libraries, lucky kids. Mr. Barrera, in Subdistrict D, 55% of your children will not have access to their libraries. And Ms. Jackson, in District E, a whopping 55.17% of those elementary school libraries will be closing. How many more are only open a few hours per week? Deborah spoke to that. We can get that data for you as well. And you can count on the fact that the majority will be south of 8, where the most tax dollars were spent and where the children have the greatest need for those libraries to be opened extended hours. So good luck on getting a new bond measure passed.
Okay, the final speakers are Joellen Archer, Francis Fierro, Sylvie Knowles, and Daniel Ortiz.
It's Joellen Archer. Most of you know me. I've seen you personally. And Mr. Stover, from January 2000, we have had cuts in OTBS. That was when you first used those words, site-based management. And I'd like to discuss site-based management tonight. I don't know what your area superintendents were doing. I don't think they know what job descriptions are run at school sites, or that they don't overlap in work. We each have exacting work listed in our job description. I think you are going to find major gaps in work at sites because nobody is going to have that in their job description. I'm a doctor's daughter. I do not dispense medicine. I will not be volunteering for any shots of any kind for epileptics, for diabetics. Do I know they're there? Yes. I'm a diabetic myself. Can I do a blood meter? Yes, I can. Am I very scared for my grandchildren and whatever site I'm at next year? Yes. But it's got to come to that. We're going to have unsafe schools for kids, for Sacramento and this school board to wake up that what needs to be done. Now, I, myself, will not be intimidated, but there will be site managers who will be intimidating people to take up the slack and do what has to be done. You need to reason with what we're supposed to do, and we all do a great job, but it has to do with our position, not taking up the slack that you've put in.
Thank you.
Francis Fierro, past president for the chapter OTBS. Who will do the work? We're the workers that get the work done. The business, we take care of the business, we take care of the kids, everything that's required to keep our schools functioning. We're the essential workers. We are facing tremendous cuts. We face them every year. We don't get recalled and rescinded as quickly as the teachers do. We're not nurses, but they want us to do their job. Administrators put the knife, not the knife, but they put a lot of pressure on you as a clerical person because they're not going to do the work either. and they sure want us to do it. Our work is not going away. Remember, contracting out our work in lieu of layoffs is illegal. We'll be very diligent in protecting our jobs. Volunteers cannot do our work. You cannot replace our laid-off employees with volunteers or anyone else. Remember the Ed Code. And we are going to be very diligent. And we don't want to do the nurses' jobs, and we don't want to do anybody else's jobs. We didn't get hired to do that. We don't get paid enough to do that. But we do the best we can to our ability to do the work that is necessary and essential to get the job done and the schools up and running. And come September, you're going to find you're going to have a lot of problems again, because you're going to have bumping that's going to take place all over the place. You're going to have people that don't know how to do the work because they were at another prior place where they did do the work properly, but now they're considered to be incompetent. But they're not. They're just unfortunate, and they need to be given an opportunity to get the work done.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Evans, trustees, Superintendent Koba. My name is Sylvie Knowles, and my address is on file. I am first VP for OTBS. And once again, I'm here asking you to really, really consider what I call the formula. Again, very frightened for the opening of our schools and for our children at the school sites. And I think if we had a formula in place where parents, principals don't cut all of the vital positions that are needed to operate a school, if every school could have at least a group of people that would service every need of that school to operate and open that school, we wouldn't be in the situation we're going to be in the fall. With these many more cuts, it's so difficult for schools as it is now. I work in the Office of Enrollment Options, and we're down to 3 people. We've processed 21,000 applications. We're trying to help parents, and it's just been very hard on us. So I can't imagine how it is with our people down at the schools. Parents get frustrated because they can't reach a person on the phone, but we're busy helping them at the counters, and I'm sure our school sites are down to 1 and 2 people in the office. And it just makes it so difficult for everyone. So we need to, I'm not sure what the answer is, but I know that in laying this off, you're running the risk of not having operable schools in the fall. Thank you.
Can we have Brooke Benjamin and Mark Reynolds? I forgot to call your names, so please come forward.
My name is Mark Reynolds, and I'm the Vice President, CSEA Vice President for Landscaping. And thank you. My alarm went off at 4:30 this morning, and I woke up and I thought, I'm glad I'm not on the school board. These are really hard decisions to make, and I just want to say that these school maintenance employees, whether they're electricians or landscapers, whether they're custodians or child care centers, every day we are responsible for children's safety. Every day we are responsible for children's health. And it cannot be minimized that when you take away people, you are taking away people. So we have 96 landscapers and 3,500 acres of landscape schools. And so when a parent comes to school and she brings her daughter to school, she knows that school is well maintained and that we treat her daughter with the same respect we treat the school. When we do away with landscapers and custodians and electricians and painters, we're saying the opposite. So in the past several years, we've cut landscape positions. Thankfully, I'm grateful that they're only positions, they're not actually landscapers. But we need those positions restored so we can have well-maintained, attractive schools that are inviting for our students. Thank you.
fellow board members and superintendents and assistants. My name is Bruce Stacy, and I work out of the maintenance facility. I'm a plumber. I'm also the VP for CSCA out of maintenance. We are taking quite a share of some cuts this go around. I know that in the past, funding sources have helped us to maintain staffing levels to adequately supply the services needed for these schools. In the past 8 years or so, Prop MM's come through. We're into Prop S now. Our facilities haven't decreased. Our facilities have increased. The workforce has not increased. We're not looking at more staffing over the past 8 years to cut. We're looking at more facilities, less staffing with SERPs and the 2 retirement processes that have come since I've been around. So as you make these cuts and you're cutting essential services to these facilities, it's going to have a dire impact on our buildings. We provide these services to the schools, which are already backlogged with workload that we can't get to. Some holdups are funding sources, but that's not an excuse for these people who are overworked and just need us to come out and make sure their lights turn on. I got to make sure their toilets flush. We have to make sure that their doors open and close and that they can lock up the facility. They can have gates to keep the children in a safe environment. We have to have roofs that provide waterproofing so that the ceilings aren't falling in. As you make these cuts, you're directly impacting the children and their environment. So I just want you to really take a look at what we're doing. We're cutting a lot of vacancies out of maintenance, but those vacancies are also essential positions for the direction that facilities is trying to go. And Prop S is increasing the workload, not decreasing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dan Ortiz. I'm the labor rep for CSEA OSS unit. My address is on file. I'll echo some of the comments from the earlier speakers. These cuts, particularly the ones for maintenance, are going to have some unintended consequences. I mean, at this point, some of these maintenance requests, the information that we get is that they go unfilled for a year, and sometimes it could be longer, right? And that is under the current conditions that we're operating under now. They're just they're understaffed and overworked as it is, and as the comments from other speakers before me, I mean that's creating a lot of stress, and the staff is doing the best that they can, but it is just not. They're not getting the resources to really maintain the schools. If you go through with the proposal here before you today, that is going to make exacerbate things, right? Things are going to get worse, and you have to be honest with parents, students, and the staff of this district that when they fill out a request and they want a light ballast changed, or there's carpentry work or doors or toilets, etc., that need to be fixed, those are going to take a long time, and if it's taken a year now, it may never happen, after next year. The other area that I want to talk to you about is custodial. We're going to go to 1 day a week cleaning now with some of the cuts in custodial, and obviously those are health issues that we've talked about before, and I've spoken to you all before during the budget meetings. If there's breakfast in the classroom and there's food products or milk or etc. being put in that trash can, that may not be cleaned for a week, and that is going to have health effects on the children and on the staff. And the same with every time we have any of these flus going around, those doorknobs and anything else that has germs out there is not going to be cleaned, and that's going to have a detrimental effect in the health of the staff and the children. Please, I urge you to vote no on these cuts.
Okay, I think I would like to provide a little context for what we're discussing and make a motion, unless another board member wants to make a motion, which I don't think is a very comfortable thing to do at this point. Last fall, when we realized we were facing one more year of massive budget cuts, we decided to go through every department. We had workshops for 2 or 3 months, every department, every school budget. We went through all of it because we said there have to be some other places where we can cut. And in that process of those couple of months, I think we probably came up with a total of maybe $1 million, which was some money and a couple of funds. It wasn't even people or positions that we could use towards this $122 million shortfall. We came to the conclusion that we were at the point where we could not lay anybody else off, that we, just for a basic minimal level, whether it's nursing or music teachers or custodians, we were at rock bottom in terms of just continuing to operate. We had cut over 2,000 employees, 2,000 fewer employees than we had just a few years ago. So we were in agreement that there was nothing that could be done. And we looked at everything. One of the things we decided was, well, we were going to sell property. And it's sort of like someone said, burning the furniture to heat the house. Selling property, it's there for one time. We take the money, we use it to get through another year, and then it's gone. It doesn't provide any more income to us while we have other properties that we're actually renting and getting money from. That's just an example of how desperate the situation is in terms of meeting the financial demands that we're facing. Some people have brought up that some of these cuts we're going to make end up costing us more, and I couldn't agree more. It is going to cost us more, and this is one of the difficulties of being poor, is you actually end up paying more on the long run with a old rundown car than if you have a nice new car and a AAA membership and everything else. So it's a really, really difficult situation. People are talking about the bad consequences and things will happen at the schools. I'm not even disagreeing with that. I mean, it was very difficult decisions that were made about what to cut and what not to cut. I think it is going to seriously hamper our ability to operate next year. And yet, the choices we are facing are so difficult because we could, with the teachers a couple of months ago and with the classified, we could say we're not going to lay anybody off. And within a very short period of time, all of the remaining employees would face a situation where we were not able to meet payroll for the people who were still working for us. So we'd have other people unemployed going out and trying to get other jobs. We'd have people working for us, and we couldn't even pay them. I mean, this is the reality that we're facing. So it's a very sickening step to me to be in this situation, but I'm going to make a motion that we approve the staff's recommendation for these layoff notices. And my hope is that between now and July 1st, when they take effect, that nobody on this list loses their job. And it's been very clear, the choice that we're facing here on the board and as a district, that with these cuts in our budget, our choices are either massive layoffs and seriously hurting our district and the kids as a result, or concessions with the employee groups, which actually everybody would suffer. It would be shared sacrifice. The superintendent and the Board of Education have already agreed to these concessions. The police officers agreed to the concessions. We would do that to save the jobs, the greater good for the kids and for the district. I'm not trying to sit here and bargain with anybody. I'm just trying to tell people the reality that these are the choices the board faces. It's either layoffs or finding some other concessions. So at this point, I think there is still time between now and July 1st to work it out. One thing that has certainly inflated these numbers at the last minute are these Child Development Center layoff notices. I believe it's about 385 of them are for that. That's from a completely different fund. We've been trying to solve this other big general fund problem. That's a completely different fund. We can't take money from the K-12 program to fill that, because we would have to lay off even more people working in the K-12 system to fill that. But it's a separate issue, and it may or may not be resolved by the state legislature. That's certainly, as Mr. Barrera was pointing out earlier, that's something that we can certainly lobby very strongly for in terms of not having those programs cut by the state so that we can continue it. But the other issue is, unless there is more money coming in from the state, this is the reality that we're facing. So that is my motion to approve the staff proposal to issue the layoff notices in hopes that we will not have to carry them out on July 1st.
I'll second your motion. Dan Ortiz just talked about the fact that we all need to be honest with everybody about what these cuts mean, and we've heard a lot of honesty, coming forward. And I think President Evans has been very honest and very direct that, of course, our schools, our kids are going to suffer with these cuts. Of course, they will. And we went through this process in the fall, department by department, and it's very clear that right now our kids are suffering. Our classrooms aren't getting cleaned as often as they should. Our kids don't have access to the paraeducators that they need. Our kids don't have access, and our families don't have access to the support staff in the front office of schools. Our central office, whether it's HR, finance, or enrollment options, or whatever the department is, can't process the work in the time that everybody needs. People are suffering now. Our kids are suffering now, and with these cuts, it's going to be unconscionable, in addition to the cuts to the nurses and the counselors and the teachers and everybody else that we've talked about. And I also agree with President Evans, and this board and the superintendent have been very upfront about the fact that we do need to negotiate and we do need to look for concessions. But let's be clear that we're talking about the classified employees now specifically, you've been making concessions for 2 years now. You have also stepped up and been part of identifying solutions, I'm sure for a long time, but certainly in the time that I've been on the board, that saves this district millions of dollars. You came, one of the things that we have said up here is if people have questions about the district's numbers, come and sit down with us and go through our numbers, and you have. And so, every opportunity that classified employees have had to be part of the solution and to sacrifice, you've made those sacrifices. And now we're asking you to sacrifice again. And we have to do that because the alternative is the kinds of cuts that we're talking about tonight. And part of honesty is being honest to the public. The public is going to have a big choice to make this fall, this November, and you've been out gathering signatures, to get the governor's initiative on the ballot. There's going to be choices that the public needs to make because we can't just keep doing this. We can't just keep cutting. 2,000 employees over the last couple of years, more employees going forward, or keep taking money out of your pockets. And it's money that you don't have, money that you can't continue to give. So the honest, truth is that we do have to make these cuts tonight. The honest truth is that we also have to sit down with you at the bargaining table again and ask you for more sacrifice on top of the sacrifice that you've made. And the honest truth is that we've got to go to the public and we've got to ask the public to invest in schools in a way that politicians have not been willing to do. The folks who have not done their job in this process are the folks in Sacramento who have continued to balance the budgets on the backs of education, on the backs of kids. And so now we go directly to the public, and we've got to have an honest conversation leading into the choice that the public's got to make in the fall. But we're not at that point. We are at this point, and I have to second President Evans' motion.
Supervisor?
I think that this is just a sign of the times, and this is a reality that we have to be forthcoming and articulate the process. The reality is that we need more resources to make sure that we're providing quality education for our kids. I mean, I'm thinking of my school where I teach. if I don't have the support staff in the front office, if I don't have the attendance clerk, if I don't have the nurse at my school, if I don't have the paraeducators, if we don't have the bus drivers that bring our kids to school, we cease to function, and the role of the teacher then is void and null. And it's that reality and understanding that these budgets from Sacramento, first of all, every year they're suspending Prop 98, which is violation of the trust of the voters of California. The voters of California passed Prop 98 because the will of the people and the will of the taxpayers was such that we wanted, when we voted for that, we wanted Sacramento to make sure that a certain percentage of their revenue, that their dollars, go to public education. And they violate that sacred trust with the voters and the taxpayers of the state of California every time they vote to suspend Prop 98 so that they can then defund or underfund what the voters want them to do for public education. So I will echo and support Board Member Barrera's call to get out there and support the governor's ballot initiative in November so that we can have more revenue and resources to educate our children. Right now, you can move to almost any state in the United States of America and they allocate more money per child than we do in California. We should be ashamed of ourselves as a state for allowing this to go on for as long as we have. Not only can we vote to support the governor's ballot initiative, but there's another initiative that was mentioned earlier this evening, the Our Children, Our Future, which would not just generate about $40 or $50 million a year for our school district, but would generate $130 to $200 million a year more just for our school district to provide for a quality education in all of our communities. And so I think it's very important that that's one side. Revenue is definitely one side of the equation. However, when we vote for these initiatives, how do we know that Sacramento's not going to just suspend it and spend the money somewhere else? We don't know that. So we have got to make sure that we are letting our representatives in Sacramento know that enough is enough. And short of any increase in revenue, we have to deal with the reality that we have today. And that reality is that we can only spend the money that we have been given by Sacramento on the next school year's budget. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with early childhood development. I think on NPR a couple days ago that the Senate up in Sacramento, the committee refused to advance the governor's proposal to gut early childhood education. And I hope that happens. I hope that they do not let the governor have his way here, because I think gutting childhood education is one of the worst things that we can do. At the same time, making sure that prisons have all the money that they need. I think that's completely the opposite of the direction that we as a society need to be moving and allocating our resources. But unfortunately, the reality is that we have so much money to deal with right now, and we have to trust the dollars and the account of the finance department. We have no other outside accountant that has done a forensic analysis. I do believe it was mentioned before by Trustee Barrera and by other members. I think Lance Wren had mentioned this, that we have had some collaboration in going over the numbers and looking at the books, and there isn't $124 million hiding in the rafters. And short of finding $124 million to close the budget gap, we have to make some incredibly terrible choices. And this is one of the choices that we have to make. Is this final? No. We can still work together and try to balance the budget in a humane way. We can still sit down and try to balance the budget in a humane way that will not result in these massive layoffs. And we all know what that means. It means to continue to sacrifice to save jobs. And it's unfortunate that we have to continue to talk about that, but barring increased revenue, I think it's something that we need to, be honest with ourselves and make sure that we're really in earnest doing what's best and what we can do to save jobs. So I will have to support the proposal because I don't see any other way to balance the budget in the current situation.
Thank you. Ms. Jackson?
Certainly each year we come to this particular point, and I'm glad that Mr. Abaishi did point out that this is not the end. I am hoping that we continue to look at how we can minimize these cuts. And each year I allude to the fact that the backbone of our district is our classified staff. And they take the brunt of it year after year. They are what I called our working family, because most of them live within the school boundaries. Most of them children are in our schools. Many of our executive staff, no offense, live out in other areas outside of our boundaries. But the people that are classified, they are our working families. And we don't necessarily go back and rescind what we do to them. We spent a lot of time with the landscapers. We had cut them down to the point that our schools looked like, I went to school, I could tell it was even open. The weeds were so high. We pushed back and we got the landscapers back, and our schools are looking better. We look like good neighbors. We did go through, and I mentioned it earlier today, a period where we do all this bumping, and our ADA is not, our attendance is not recorded properly. And then we lose money on our ADA because our attendance is not recorded properly. I did hear today that there was oversight to ensure that the cuts that were made at school site levels were done appropriately, that somebody made sure that it was balanced. That's not necessarily what I hear sometimes from the people that are working in these positions. I'm not going to support this tonight because I think that we still have some more work that we can do in some other areas. I am always concerned about the people that are paid the least in the district. They take the most of the cuts, and we have to find a way to balance that out. But every year, I'm just saying this for I'm sorry Scott's not here tonight, but for the new board members. But every year, CSEA takes the brunt of our cuts. They take them now. If we come back later on, we need more funding, they'll take them again because we can issue that 45-day notice. And so we have to be very sensitive and strategic as we're cutting them because, again, we can come back later on and do this all over again. And we don't want to do that. I think we need to be very strategic now, looking and saying, what do we really need to cut? We need to continue those conversations. And I'm glad to hear that it's not over yet from some of my peers because I think there's some more work that we can be doing. So those are my comments on this particular item.
Okay. Like the March 15th deadline for the teacher layoff notices, we're facing the April 29th deadline for the classified notices, and it's not over until it's over.
Can I just say one
Sure.
more thing? I hate to how you spark things.
Okay.
And I said this today, and Lamont is here now, and nothing against Lamont because he said it was always done this way. We cannot, I shouldn't say we, I won't be here much longer, but you should not continue to have items brought to you one time before the deadline. So we have to vote on this now because we have this deadline looming. And that should not be the case. I keep talking about first reads. They're important because that makes sure that the people who didn't hear about it for whatever reason, as we heard earlier, they hear about these things and they can come down and they can give us the additional information we may need. So my thing is, whether it's one spot, one job, or two jobs, there's two less positions that we are not eliminating because there was a first reading and someone said, aha, here is where we can save a position. I get concerned when we just do, here's an item, we got to vote on it right now. It's got to stop at some point in time.
No, I agree about that point, but I think we can make some corrections in the meantime between now and July 1st, hopefully. Okay, so please vote. Okay, that passes 3-1. Okay, we will move on to the next item, which is the public hearing and request to the State Board of Education for grades 4 to 8 class size penalty general waiver.
Move approval.
Move for approval in a second. Mr. Schenke, is there anything else we need to do in terms of being a public? Just a second. We're not voting yet.
Thank you.
It's a public hearing, and what does that require us to do? Oh, I must open a public hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
We will now open a public hearing on the request to the State Board of Education for grades 4 to 8 class size penalty general waiver. We're requesting a waiver from the state for this. This is the hearing. On my sheet, I believe we do not have any people who have requested to speak on this item, so if anybody wants to speak on this item, they would need to do that now.
Yes, I want to speak on
Okay, and I'm talking about the public, and now I will get to the board members, and it will be Ms. Jackson. Okay, oh, the public hearing is now closed. They're not going to listen to Ms. Jackson? Okay, we're back to a board meeting now, and we have to vote before the public hearing is closed. We will now have the board discussion, and then we will vote. Ms. Jackson.
Okay, I thank you very much. I was just reading through the comments, and I understand the crisis that we're in. Could the staff really just try to give us some numbers? I think one of the concerns that was in here that was registered from the schools was that in doing this way, in us requesting this waiver, right now we are at 35.6 for 4th through 8th grade teachers, and so that is what we needed to do in order to balance the budget. But I understand this is a waiver to go above that if we need to. Can we clarify that, please? Somebody, is that what this is asking for, please?
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
There is no intention to go above the class sizes that were established in the second interim, but this is a contingency. For example, if there's some unforeseen circumstances, for example, a change in enrollment, a sudden influx or something like that, whereby for some reason the district-wide average, the calculation were to be slightly above the 35.6 that were permitted.
So please tell me what you're, and I think that's some of the things that were in here from the school sites is, if you get this waiver, how high would you actually go? And let me just preface this by saying I taught 3rd grade, and I know what it's like. They have 34 students when they pushed it to the max. And so now you're going up to probably 36 because they're going to push it to the max. So, and we are right now, we are self-contained. We don't get a prep period. We don't get a prep period every day like middle school people do. So I need to understand how many students you're going to try and put in the 4th or 5th grade classroom, self-contained classroom.
Again, the understanding is that we're not going to exceed the level that has already been voted on by the board.
Why are you asking for a waiver then? Because to me, if you ask for a waiver, what you're telling me is that I'm not going to exceed it, but maybe on later on when you're not looking or you guys are busy, I'm going to get a phone call that says I have 40 kids in my classroom, and I can't. I mean, that's what I'm trying to find out, because because that's the question that was asked back here. How high can a class go? And so, Right, because he's asking for a waiver to the cap. The cap right now, so we just said we're going to raise it to 35.6. I understand that. I'm okay with that. What I think that you're asking for now, which I'm trying to clarify this in my mind, is saying that, okay, board, you approved the 35.6, but we're going to ask for an additional waiver in case we have to go above that. And I'm with the schools and saying, how high do you think you may go? And I would be, I would like for us to have some type of number. I mean, I don't think the board should just blanketly say you have a waiver and then you come and say, well, based upon the number of students we have, we're going to have to put 40 kids in a 4th grade classroom.
But maybe if to follow up on your question for a clarification would be, we have this number of which we have budgeted and planned class sizes and so forth. there are a lot of unknowns in terms of enrollment, in terms of budget and everything, and so it sounds like you're looking for this flexibility. And maybe this is a question for the superintendent. Would it be reasonable to say, we're going to staff at these levels, we're going to request the state to have flexibility, because we always like flexibility, but that if we're going to go above that, that would be brought before the board for approval? As opposed to, I think what Ms. Jackson is saying is, we got this state waiver, so we thought we were going to have a class of 35.6, and it turns out that they're 42 or whatever, and we didn't know anything about it. No.
I'm ready to comment, but I don't know if the CFO had anything he wanted to add.
I was just going to offer some clarification, if I can. As Mr. Rohde said, our allocations will not change for next year. So we're still allocating at the 34.6 to 1 at the 4 through 6 level, and then the 35 to 1 at the middle school level. This waiver is not requesting the authority to staff at higher than those levels. We're just requesting a waiver from the penalty if we happen to exceed that ratio across the class size, across a certain grade level district-wide.
How is that different than, I know Ms. Jackson looking at your house, you're saying...
Well, I said if I could present clarity, I guess I didn't.
Well, the fact is that we might increase it, and I understand that that's a possibility. I don't know if it's having the flexibility because of some special cases or something that we would come upon where it was just not reasonable to have 3 classes of school that would be better on this subject, and we better have 2 a little larger. I don't know if that's what it is, Superintendent.
This is among the precautionary waivers that we periodically request, and we've done that in the past in other areas. It's to help safeguard against a potential penalty. As we sit here tonight, the way the budgets have been built, the way you've approved the second interim, it was based on not exceeding the ceilings that were advertised. But when we talk to either the CDE or the county office, they will recommend that you consider waivers. There's nothing that will be lost by having the waiver. Is to protect against a potential penalty. But I will say this, the goal is not to exceed the waiver, but we have a precautionary contingency involved here. And we will closely watch class sizes, and every year through Daryl's office, we can see down to the specific grade in a given school exactly where we are, and we will continue to monitor that.
Is there a problem with is there a problem if we grant this waiver tonight, if at any point you feel that you have to go over this, it comes back to the board?
Oh, absolutely.
Decision?
Yes. We will certainly, as soon as we have numbers next year that indicate we are out of alignment with what the board has approved on, to come back to the board and report that. Certainly.
And get approval. I guess, again, I'm concerned that I don't want to have, and so because we have schools in certain areas that kids move in and out of, I don't want that somebody at a much lower level decides that it's okay to have this amount of students in this classroom. I'm just recommending to my peers that, I would amend this waiver to say that if...
Maybe not the waiver, but the motion.
I'll amend the motion. Thank you very much. I will amend the motion to say that if any school, any classroom exceeds the allotted allocation, that comes back for board approval prior to that happening in a classroom.
Well, Superintendent, is that reasonable?
We do need to remember this is for a district-wide average. That's what the waiver is based upon.
Okay, it's district-wide average.
That's my point. My point is that I don't want to have 40 kids in my classroom and 32 someplace else.
So we're at 35, let's say, and if it turns out that the superintendent or the staff decides that it needs to be at 38, you want them to come to the board to get approval to do that, correct?
Yes, because right now, I'm trying to think of a good example. When he says the average across the district, that means that some classes could in fact be higher than the amount listed here,
Sure.
and some could be lower,
Right.
but it's not exceeding that average.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. What I
Okay.
am saying is that no classroom should go above the numbers that we have allocated here. And in order for a classroom to do that, it must be approved by this board.
And I would say that that's not possible, because you will find, I'll give you a couple of examples. In a high school, let's say what is the high school ceiling going to be?
This is not for
No.
But this is not for
Okay,
this is
I will stay in middle school.
through 8.
I will stay in middle school. You will have electives in middle school where you may only have 20 kids in it. Only 20 children. You may have a particular middle school that may have 37 in it. And this is because we do not have evenly balanced numbers at every grade and every subject, particularly in middle school and in high school.
Okay, it's my understanding that for some of those electives, such as PE and band, they already have large numbers, and that's accounted for. What I am concerned about is where you have a program that, yes, in one classroom, in order to have that program, you have 20 kids, but that means in somebody else's classroom, they have 40 kids. And I just, okay, from this board member perspective, I don't think that is appropriate. So I can't see any of our core classes being over this amount. And I know that some of the other classes, PE and band, is already legislation or whatever to adjust for the larger amount of students.
I can share that even though we do not have the waiver in place this year, we have core classes that are larger than this currently because we're working under a district average. And so particularly in the general course of study at the middle, as the superintendent stated, we certainly have some classes within the day, within the same teacher's schedule, that could have 31 students, and then others later that could have 37, 38. Much less so than other districts in the county, but that certainly is the current state.
The solution to the large class sizes is clear. We have to work together and save teachers' jobs. If we are able to agree to some humane way to balance the budget and save teachers' jobs, then this issue is completely moot, and we can maintain smaller class sizes. I'll support the waiver because it's not saying we're going to go to 40 kids in a classroom. It's saying in the event that we have one class somewhere that does, we can't afford to pay the penalty. And we really need the waiver next year as an insurance policy.
Okay. If there are no further comments, let's vote on approving the waiver or disapproving. Okay, that passes 3-1. For the next item, which is the Facility Fund 35 presentation, what I would suggest is that we have basically, rather than going through all this information, an elevator speech, which I think we probably heard before the last time. I know the board member that requested this is not here. We have all the reading material on this for people who want to read in great detail about this fund. But if we could just have a basic, very brief, without going to the PowerPoint presentation. I know Mr. Little.
My pleasure. You read my mind. I'll try to be more clear than my last comments. Okay. I think to Trustee Barnett's concerns, he was really wanting us to address the tension between using the funds in Fund 35, which is the State Schools Facility Fund, appropriately in a timely fashion versus the alternate liquidity needs of the district. So we provided you a history of the spending, the spending trends for the last 5 years in Fund 35, which we won't show you on the screen. But that history shows you that you'll see a nice bar graph that goes down by anywhere from 30 to 50 million each year. So we've been spending, over the last 10 years, we've spent approximately $300 million of the state matching money, which was in reimbursing us for the money that we used for Prop M to to construct and to complete certain construction projects under that proposition. So on that side of the equation, we are doing the board's bidding, and we are implementing the capital outlay projects that the board and the superintendent have improved for the last 10 years. We also look ahead in the slideshow to the next 3 years, and you'll see that we continue to project spending anywhere from $40 to $60 million per year on the capital outlay projects. We also we give you a nice list of the $133 million of projects that have been approved, that are recently on schedule to be done. As we spend this down, of course, the tension is that we have less money available to borrow from if we have to. That's the alternate liquidity piece. Alternate liquidity is having available funding and other sources to draw from to help our cash position. This is important for 2 reasons. One is because, as you know, with the state deferrals, we've been needing to go to other funding sources to borrow to support the general fund to make payroll, typically in the second half of the year. So the first half of the year, we get a trans somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 million. We spend all that through December to get us through the payroll, and then the last half of the year we have to borrow internally from other funds. Fund 35 is one of the funds that we've been tapping on a regular basis to borrow from for that second half of the year. This year we anticipate borrowing $70 million from that fund. The second reason that alternate liquidity is important is because our investors look at our debt to cash ratio, and they want to make sure that if they're investing in us and they're expecting us to repay them not only the principal but some interest on their investment, that we have the ability to pay them back. And so one investment tool is to look at your coverage. So alternate liquidity is those additional funds that we have outside the general fund revenues to meet the investors' needs. So that's the tension that the board will have to face going forward. We are expecting to finish about, let me find it here real quick. I think we anticipate finishing approximately $27 to $30 million worth of projects this year from Fund 35, and we have a similar amount of projects scheduled for next year. So we do anticipate moving forward with the capital projects, but again, it's one of those areas that the board will want to take a look at moving forward when it looks at all of its funds and all of its available resources.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so my basic understanding, this is from the last meeting, that Fund 35 has very designated capital purposes, and it's being used for that. But they're on a schedule, so the money is there in the bank, and it's spent as the projects are done.
Correct.
And that we have, because we have the money sitting there, and the project isn't scheduled until the next year, we've been able to use it for this short-term borrowing.
Correct.
When we're in this economic crisis, and because that fund is not there for operational expenses, we can't use it for that. Or it's not there to be a fund for borrowing from either, but when it's there we can use it, and that it's going to gradually disappear, just like all of our reserves have disappeared, and the money in the couch and everything else has disappeared, and so we're not going to have that to go to anymore. But if we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. I think the word
disappeared is probably not the word you want to use. Maybe expended for purposes of district. Disappeared.
Okay, that's a non-technical term.
Yeah. The challenge, Dr. Evans, is once it's expended, then we have less coverage, right, for our investors.
When that money is used up.
When the money's used up, we have less coverage to ensure our investors, and our credit rating has the potential of dropping. And of course, then we have a lower credit rating, and the borrowing costs increase. So, to borrow the trans this year may have cost us $4 million. As we go down that road where we expend the money, perhaps we're spending $6 million in interest costs, or $8 million, depending on the credit rating. We're not there yet. We won't be there next year, but it's coming.
I think, John, that you captured exactly what the issue is. And if you just replay the last 20-minute conversation, the craziness of the situation we're in. I mean, for the lack of money and the lack of valuing public education by the state, we've been talking about very passionately about class sizes, about waivers, about alternative liquidity. Mm-hmm. And what does that have to do with helping kids out, other than trying to warehouse them because we simply can't get enough money?
This craziness has to stop.
Agreed.
I'd suggest Mr. Barnett should have to listen to the entire PowerPoint.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and Mr. Little will not have to do it. Okay. Okay. Let's. So that was just a presentation. We have an item: the disposition of property of Barnard and Mission Beach and so
Third.
forth. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Add to the board. Oh.
No. Okay. So that's. Has that been? Are we voting on it again?
5.
Well, we got 5 votes.
5.
Oh, come on. Let's do that one over.
I have to admit, I voted so I wouldn't have to make a presentation.
Okay. Ms. Virato, would you have us please vote again? I want to make sure this is done.
It has to be done
Completely correctly. We have our little fun here. But, okay, that passes 4-0. And so that concludes the items on the agenda. And now we will go to public testimony. I have several people here. Could I see a show of hands of how many people are waiting for public testimony? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. I will give you, I'm going to, since you did wait this whole time, I'm going to ask you to please speak 1 minute. You'll get the yellow light. The people at the beginning only had 1 minute. You'll get a yellow light on the second minute. Please, if you can finish it before the yellow light stops and the buzzer goes off. Right. Okay, we have a lot of here. I'm going to call the names and just come forward when your name is called. Kyla Johnson, Sandra Benitez, Linda Sturak, Latoya Gloria, Pedro Mota, Betsy Mueller, and Ray Adair. Are any of those people here? Okay.
I'm here. Do you want me to just go ahead?
Yes, and just you'll go 1 minute, and then you can go a little bit into the yellow light.
Okay, thank you. I'm Linda Sturak, and I'm here tonight, and I've listened to these enormous problems that you're looking at and listening to, and I see no fairness for anyone because of these major problems, and yet I bring another problem to you. And it's in the enormity of what I've listened to tonight. It doesn't seem nearly as serious, but it is, because it's about fairness. You have provided, or this district has provided to the retirees for many years the opportunity and the servicing of using your health benefits after we retire. And that's a great, tremendous opportunity for us because you negotiate, and I'm told that mine's the Cadillac of Kaiser, and that's because you negotiate and I'm able to be part of it. And you've given it the servicing of that for free. And we feel as retirees that we should and support recovery of costs. We think that you should get costs for servicing that for us. On the other hand, in December, you passed a 3% on the retirees. And that means that there's $200 paid across the board, the average of the 3,500 retirees that use this benefit, and that's $670,000. Now, there's only a 5-person department that services everybody, every employee. And I don't think 5-person department costs $670,000. And what we think is unfair is that the retirees are paying double the cost of this department every year to service our retiree health benefits. That doesn't seem fair. And I know this is a small problem in contrast to all the big problems.
Okay.
But it is a fairness. And
thank you. We got to stop there. We
okay.
really have to stop.
I need to tell you one other thing. There is a Proposition 26.
Okay, Maria Galavite.
Doesn't fit.
Carmen Martinez, Roman Altamirano, Alejandro Gonzalez. And if someone else, you were there from before, I'm sorry.
Hello, I am Betsy Mueller. I am a parent of 2 students. One's at Maryland's Middle School and the other's at La Jolla High School. Both of my children are choiced into the La Jolla cluster. I am here to speak in favor of the retention of school counselors. I feel strongly that school counselors are critical positions. These positions are necessary throughout all grade levels, but especially at the high school level. A recent example of the need of these counselors in the high schools can be found in the A to G requirements. AG requirements initiative, which was passed at your last school board meeting. Full-time counseling staff is needed to educate and provide guidance to students in identifying and making progress on their academic paths towards higher education. This doesn't mean a counselor that works by the hour, but permanent counselors that students can count on to be there. Continuity is important for children at this age. A counselor that understands the students' goals and can work with them to achieve them. The A to G requirements put added stress on students. Counseling services may be required for students to help them cope and assist them in being successful. My focus in children's education is to get them prepared for the next step in their educational path. In order for students to get into their college of their choice, they need the assistance of their counselor for course planning, academic interest development, and recommendations. I believe in public education, as I believe you all do too. Please do what is right for the students of San Diego Unified School District and do not eliminate counseling positions to levels that will not support every student having an opportunity for fulfilling education with opportunities in their futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, from the last group, Alejandro, Roman, Uriadi, Carmen, and Maria. Any of those here? Okay, none of them are here. I'm not sure who the other people are raising their hands. Yasmin, Bosin Mendoza, Camila Gonzalez. Okay. Vivian Baccarino and Glenda Aguilar, if those people can come forward too. Those are all the names that I have for speaking tonight. Edith Smith and people. I don't have. Okay. Do you have any other? Excuse me, just a minute. Do you have any others, Ms. Virato? People that didn't turn in slips, evidently, because. Okay.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Pedro Mota, and I'm a senior at Lincoln High School. I'll be attending Bryan University in the fall, and I was recently awarded the Gates Millennium Scholarship. I come to you tonight to talk about the future administration of Lincoln High School. Currently, there's an opening at Lincoln for an administrator. We need an administrator who is professional and who will be a good fit for our school. An administrator who has a previous high school experience. Fact, 53% of students have Spanish as their primary home language. Fact, no administrator at Lincoln High School knows how to speak Spanish. Communication is necessary to bring in the gap between home and school. La preparatoria Lincoln necesita un administrador o administradora que sepa cómo hablar en español. Here I have a list of various criteria, Lincoln principal selection criteria. These are the same criteria that were used to select the new lead principal and will be used for selecting the new lead administrator. One of the criterion was that the new lead principal will be African American. I personally believe that ethnicity or race should not play any role during any hiring process. In my AP US history class, I learned about Title VII of Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. I'm not sure if this is in violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. However, I do not want ethnicity or race to be tied to the selection of our new administrator. Thank you for your time.
Okay. I apologize to those. I have another stack of about 40 speakers here, so whoever, I will call some more names.
Okay, I'm sorry, President Evans, can we just clarify this point that the superintendent No, I'm not asking. I'm asking the superintendent to look into this idea that there's one of the.
Yes, I've asked General Counsel to support area superintendent ensuring that profile selection processes, criteria are all in compliant with that code.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Yasmin Bosin Mendoza, my address is on file.
Yes.
And the reason why I'm here is because I really represent the ELAC parents, and I do support good administration. I don't care, we don't care. Parents doesn't care if they speak or not the language. We care about administrators who are willing to work hard, because as you know, Lincoln High School is not easy to work on it, especially nowadays. So we don't care about, regardless of race and language, we are willing to cooperate with the administration, and we are very pleased for the administration we do have in place right now. I'm part of the hiring panel. I'm very pleased for that, and I really thank you guys for the work that you've been doing. Thank you for the support that you're giving us, but we are not yet on the place that we want to be. Thank you so much for your support.
Okay, thank you. And those who are speaking, just remember to watch for the yellow light to wrap up at that point.
Hello, my name is Vivian Vaccarino, and I stand before you as a parent. My son attends Pershing Middle School, is a 6th grade student, and he feeds into Patrick Henry High School. And I don't think he's going to attend that school if the cuts are continued with the counselors there. It's unfathomable that 2,500 students can be serviced with 3 counselors. No program, no agency can really provide the service that my son requires at Patrick Henry High School. And so I'm contemplating, and I want you to know this, that I'm contemplating moving out of the district. I'm a single parent, and I'm at risk of losing my position. And we'll probably be moving away from San Diego. And the main reason is I don't think San Diego Unified School District has made me no longer believe in public education. And I'm sorry that you're faced with the decisions that you're faced with. But be brave. Don't budget on worst case scenarios. Be equitable in the cuts all across administration as well. We are a top-heavy district, and that disturbs me. Last Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I sat in rooms where disgust is all that comes to mind. It's been a long evening, and I appreciate you listening to me. But as a parent, as someone in the public education sector, I'm very disturbed and saddened by the choices that have been made by this district and by this board. And so that I leave you with.
Thank you. Okay. We will now call some other. Did I call your name already?
Yeah, you already called my name.
Your
All right,
name?
hi, my name is Glenda Aguilar, and
Okay.
I'm a junior at Lincoln High School. And, well, recently there's been some changes, and there's a new principal, and the problem doesn't really affect me until she started to threaten me. There was an assembly about 2 weeks ago, and I went and I expressed my viewpoints, and after it, she pulled me aside and she yelled at me in front of the whole junior class. After that, she made a meeting, and during that meeting, she said her exact words to my parents were, if your daughter is ever on the street and she verbally abuses me, I will physically defend myself. And I don't think any student should be told that. And I would like to know what you're going to do about that.
Well, I think that needs to be reported to the staff.
I have. They did nothing.
Okay.
I got pretty much kicked out of Lincoln.
Okay, well, the superintendent can see.
Yes, we'll have the area superintendent contact you.
Thank you.
Okay. Pat Cojusta, Maria Bermudez Soto, Maria Estupinan Tijerin, Miroslava Arteaga, Christian Roa Mendez, Candy Nieto, Telma Barrigan, Lorena Granda, Somalia Lepe, and Regina Gonzalez. Okay, you are the one person out of that list.
I guess I'm the only one. Hi, my name is Patricia Hojaste. I've been with San Diego Unified District since October 96. In 95, I began as a parent volunteer at Whittier State Preschool. I was encouraged by the state preschool teacher to take the CAPE test, and so I began as a substitute for the district. My daughter Azara attended Bay Park Elementary. At that time, Ms. Jackson was a 5th grade teacher. She taught my daughter while I volunteered for her. I'm a loyal parent, a loyal volunteer, and a loyal employee of the San Diego Unified School District. State preschool offers children the foundation that they need to be prepared to enter kindergarten and start the learning process. They learn how to conduct themselves in a classroom environment and to develop social interaction skills and learning habits. Ms. Jackson, I remembered when I volunteered for you, you told me that your goal was to become a member of the school board so that you could help the teachers. I was so proud of you for achieving your goal, and I'm here in front of you and the rest of the board begging you to save my position and that of my fellow state preschool teachers. I have been with Toller Elementary, which is a 2012 California Distinguished School, since 2007 as a certificated teacher. My first year as a preschool teacher, enrollment was low and there was a threat to close the preschool, and I was given 1 week to fill the classroom to capacity. I took it upon myself to make flyers and distribute them to potential students and their families. Since that time, my class has been full to capacity with a waiting list. Currently, my class is made up of many children from military families who are in desperate need of social programs like the state preschool system. My students feed into Toller's kindergarten and are also part of Toller's neighboring community. My current position is a double position, 4 hours at Toller, 4 hours at Polinsky Children's Center. So half of my funding does come directly from the Polinsky Center. At Polinsky, I serve the toddlers and preschoolers who are abused and neglected in San Diego County, and my service makes a difference to these children.
Thank you.
Oh, you're not gonna
you can one sentence. If you want to wrap it up. I'm sorry, 2 minutes.
I waited 6 hours to say this.
Okay, just wrap it up.
One sentence?
2 sentences. Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is awful. All right, here I go. The foundation of the education starts with me. I love my job, and I would love to retire from the district with many more years teaching our children and molding their future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good.
My name is Brittana Gilbert, and I'm currently a senior at Lincoln High School. I have attended the school since September 2008 and plan to graduate as a Proud Hornet in June 2012. I am here to talk about the principal vacancy at Lincoln High School. Even though I graduate in a few short months, I want to feel as if I am being heard in the institution preparing me for higher learning. I know my peers care about this too. All of the events that have been happening at Lincoln these past few weeks are both very frustrating and very stressful, especially for me being the editor-in-chief of Yearbook and having to see my peers flustered about the constant changes and feeling as if they are not being able to be heard or change anything. I'm responsible for making sure I capture their happy moments, but for the time being, there are none. There is a dark cloud lingering around Lincoln, and I do not want to graduate after 4 years sulking and feeling concerned about the future of my peers. I cannot abandon them into the system being created at our school that is resembling a totalitarian. For the past 4 years, Lincoln has always been the undermined and unserved school, and I feel as if the Hive is in need of a unifying leader. We need a strong, experienced high school principal that can help this school to thrive and become better. We need a change for the better of our school and students, not a change for convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good. You made it within time. The buzzer didn't go off. Sylvia Preciado, Catherine Burchett, Barbara Alcorn, Lori Biondo, Joni Lee, Diana and Rachel Aribana, Esther Ruiz.
It's been quite an evening. My name's Lori Biondo. I am the nursing cluster coordinator in the Lincoln Morse cluster. And first off, I want to acknowledge the enormously difficult decisions and positions I know you all are in. And nonetheless, we're here to kind of let you know where we're coming from. I'd like to just shed some light on one aspect of the consequences of the decision to drastically cut the nursing department. There are thousands of medically identified students in our district, and students with medical needs require physician's orders, parent consent, a nursing assessment, supplies and equipment, a school health care plan, and staff training. And literally there will not be enough nurses to get to every site to accomplish that for every student who requires it before school can start in September. If the administration allows a medically identified student to attend school without the proper safeguards in place, there can be serious consequences that a limited nursing staff will not be able to prevent. And just to be very clear, under the current plan, in that case, one of two things is going to happen. Number one, either students with medical needs will be on campus without the preparation and safeguards that are required, or number two, students will not be able to start school on time with the rest of the students because we will not have been able to make those preparations. That's just the reality. I work every day in the cluster firsthand. I'm the one that basically juggles all the plates to keep them in the air, making sure that all students are covered with procedures, special ed assessments, special ed procedures, and I just know that we're not going to have enough to be ready to go in the fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. I feel like the tail that's wagging the dog. I am.
Your name, please.
My name is Barbara Alcorn. I was here last year speaking to you about a type 1 diabetic grandson that I have who's 8 years old. He's in second grade this year. I actually did not come to educate you about diabetes, but I did bring a sample 504 plan that's blank. If one of you has never seen a 504 plan for a special needs child, I'm happy to pass it around. I came to commend these nurses and the health techs that work in our schools and take care of these children who have medical needs. They work tirelessly, and they go from school to school. A diabetic child has to have everything that he eats measured. He has to have all his blood sugar tested all the time. They're having STAR testing in the schools right now. The second graders are going to have 6 days of STAR testing. A diabetic child cannot be tested if his blood sugar isn't within normal range. The health tech is the one that has to test his blood sugar and verify that he can be tested. These nurses arrive at noon to give insulin. There's nobody in the school district, in the school administration, that will take a needle to a child. I am a grandmother who has had the care of this child since he was 3 years old. I lost him this year in an emergency. If you have never had a child who's gone down in front of you, face down on the floor, not conscious, it's a terrifying experience. I am pleading with this board to not make cuts in the nursing staff. Not only do they take care of the medically fragile children, but I'm in the office enough to see a stream of children, from bee stings to broken bones to high fevers to spasmoid coughing, and these nurses are there for these children all the time. They call the parents. The staff, if you're cutting front office staff, they're not going to have time to do this next year.
Thank you.
Okay. Here's the 504 plan.
Thank you.
This determines your legal liability.
Okay. Renee Ruiz, Julia Cram, Amel Mendez, Don Crawford, Norma Heater, Edith Smith, Orlinda Salazar, Stephen Greenwald, Lindsay Birmingham, Kathy Strong, Heather Tuitt, Brittany Gilberts, Lionel Smith, and Jesus Gonzalez.
Good evening, gentlemen. Board, this is Steve Greenwald. I'm a write-in candidate for mayor of the city of San Diego. As mayor, I feel that there should be no appointments to this board. I disagree with Bonnie Dumanis, who wants to put some appointments here. What I plan to do is passionate, as all these professional people are passionate, as I listen to them for 5 hours, and I've been here multiple times, is number one, increase the gross national product of the city, the county, the state, so as to get to benefits for revenues for our board and for our education. Number two, we got to decrease the prison population by telling the President of the United States to stop the war on drugs. 500,000 people at $54,000 apiece are costing us money going to prisons instead of education. Number three, LED lights, solar powered with cameras, about 10,000 of them throughout the county, so that our kids can come home from school without being in any way mutilated. Number four is we have to decrease the cost of living here in the state of San Diego. And number five, we have to make awareness and education against bullying and DUIs. Otherwise, the mayor should stay out and just provide lots of monies so that all these passionate professional people will be able to teach our children. You've heard every one of them, and that's what motivates me to increase the gross national product and be just as passionate as every one of them are. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes. We have one more. Edith is going to speak.
You called my name.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
My name is Lionel Smith. I feel like Normal Street is my residence today. Okay. I'm here to speak to Superintendent Bill Kober, Deputy Superintendent Nellie Miles, Sheila Jackson, and the rest of the board about Lincoln and the leadership. I am part of the community at Lincoln, and I'm very proud of the job that we have done there and putting in true democracy of leadership from a process of hiring and hoping that the not just the lead principal but the next principal will follow the same order. I also like to state that I have spoken with several teachers who's very proud and very happy of the change and looking forward to working with the new change that had been put in place there at Lincoln, and for it to be bilingual, where the language of academics is achieving, and I see that begin to turn around. So I think that she's going to brush all of the corrosion off of the brass and turn the ship around and turn it into the flagship that it should be from the beginning. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening again, Edith Smith. I have a couple comments that I would like to make, primarily about Lincoln High School. As you all know, I spend a lot of time there in the community and on the campus, and I feel that there is a element of people that are trying to be divisive, and they're trying to cause confusion, and I don't think that that's right and that that's fair and that's good for students. I think the fact that some of the staff are really upset that they now have to work, that becomes a priority to get the paycheck. I am disappointed by some of the behaviors of the adults on the campus. I heard teachers speak earlier about some petition that they have. What he didn't say, he said about 99%, but that wasn't the real truth, because there was some recension of the signatures, because the people said that they were told one thing and that's why they signed, and then they found out it was something else, and that was not brought forth. That's dishonesty, and Ed Code has a solution for that. Mr. Coburn, we spoke about the chain of command. We need to really honor that. We need to respect that. We need to work that. That has to be, obviously, at the people at Lincoln, you have to work harder at that on it. It is important for our children to achieve at Lincoln. We talked about a lot of different things about what we needed, and we needed a lot of things. But the one thing that we needed the most was that someone that had some experience, multiple years of experience in a secondary environment in terms of moving academic scores. Now, there were some other things we needed, but that was our primary thing. That's what we asked for. That's what we asked for in the lead principal. That's what we want in the principal. And we need to focus on that and make sure that all the divisiveness on that campus is stopped, and that I think if we follow the chain of command, we can stop that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That concludes our public testimony, and we will adjourn the meeting.